Hi, Jay. Shh. First of all, hi.
Hi.
How are y'all doing? Great. I want to start off by thanking Jay Byam for having us and for making this happen. Jay's always been an integral part of making new ideas for intensives occur. Every year he's like, let's come up with a new idea, Robert, let's come up with a new idea. And this was our new idea. Right.
Ta-da!
So I have to say right off the bat, I'm going to do some niceties here. I'm super honored to be standing out here with the one and only Brandi Guild. She's amazing and technical and incredible and fabulous and wonderful, and I'm a little nervous to be teaching with her.
Oh, stop it. That's not fair. That's not fair, you guys, because if anybody saw my Facebook post, this was me in 1996.
Right. She was 10.
And here I am. I was 10.
She was 10.
And he was 12.
Right, dancing.
And here we are today.
Anyways, I want a big round of applause for Brandi.
Thank you.
Our first intensive together. All right, so first, let's do this, because we're all like around there, right? And the camera's coming this way. So come out onto the dance floor this way. We are going to talk for a few minutes first, so you can sit.
Few minutes.
Now we want to be able to make sure these lines here are so that we have full shots of our feet. So if you ask us questions and we demonstrate what's going on, because we're videotaping everything. There's all kinds of room over here too. You can get close to us. These lines are like that's very good, Francisco, to do the lines. That's awesome. And you can bring chairs out. That's okay too.
Or you can stay back there.
So the reason why this happened is because I talk about Brandi all the time.
And I talk about Robert half the time.
It's going to be a long 2 days. So I'm always, when I talk about following and talk about how you feel in the end of the hand and connection, and there's lots of ladies in here that take private lessons from me, and I refer to Brandi Guild, all of the time.
Whatever.
Right, whatever. So all the time. And so we were talking about it, and she was talking about that she refers to me half the time. And we had said over the summer, she said to me, I want to watch you teach a guy. I want to watch how you teach a leader to lead, because I want leaders to do some of the stuff you do. And I said, oh my God, that's great. I want to watch you teach a follow so that I can see what you're telling the follows to do. Because although I'm a high-level lead and a pretty high-level follow, right? She's a super high-level follow and a pretty high-level lead, right? We haven't mastered the other person's part as much. So we did that in Phoenix, 4th of July. We spent 2 hours, supposed to be just a few minutes with each person. We spent 2 hours, and we
Totally geeked out on it,
where we were the other person's dance dummy for a lesson where I taught a guy and she taught a girl. And we were like, oh my God, this is amazing. It was so fun to listen to. I learned things from a follower standpoint I had never really much thought of, things that I tell my leaders, but I've never told my follows, and I didn't know why that had occurred, and vice versa. So when that occurred, we were like, I think Rogan was the one who was like, you all should do an intensive together. And we were like, okay. So this came about. And so anyways, and then I flew out to San Diego. We spent 3 days at Brandi's house geeking out on dance and talking about all kinds of different stuff.
My husband is an engineer, and I call him a nerd all the time. And he was in his home office while we were discussing the intensive, and he walks out and he goes, you two are the biggest nerds I've ever heard in my entire life. And he was right.
So we did lots of drills. We talked about each other's fundamental concepts that we like, that we want to try to relate to you, and adding to each other's thoughts on what we do. But Brandi and I both agree that how we start most of this, always, I do all of my intensives, for those who have taken them before, with questions, if there's any questions. So we like to open up to anything you guys, hopefully maybe came in here wanting to hear
We
from
want
us.
to know what your wish list is.
Right.
Like when you paid for this intensive, what were you hoping to walk away with? Yes. A lot of drills.
Lots of drills. You'll get drills.
Yes.
For sure. Homework, great. Homework for sure. That's it? No questions.
How to be a better follower, yes. We shall be talking about that.
So
Okay.
toe leads, heel leads.
Toe leads versus heel leads, that's a big source of conversation for the follows. We are definitely covering that today.
Great.
Yes. Spin technique for the balance challenged. I like
That's
the
the
way
name,
that
for the record, that's the name of a new class.
That is.
Spin technique for the
When
balance
you see
challenge.
that on
right.
a
And
schedule,
done.
I will-
Just so you
I
know.
will quote you.
Just so
Okay.
you know, every teacher in here went, got it, got it, got it. That's the next class. Right. Perfect. All right. Yeah. Quality of movement. Great. We'll definitely talk about quality of movement. That's such a broad statement, isn't
And
it?
to me, that is kind of the first section that we're talking about,
Right.
the timeless techniques. That is all quality of movement. And I tell my students, if I ever ask you, what is your goal in dancing? There's only one answer I will accept. And that is to continually improve my quality of movement. Because if you do that, all the other goals you set for yourself will be realized along the way. So that's great, but that'll be in the timeless techniques section.
How you take apart half of one movement and speak of another movement, basically just taking elements and making basically like taking stuff apart, putting it together. Start with a quick breaking and end
With
No,
not
I get
push
it.
break.
Right, right.
take both pieces and put them together so I can know if I'm doing anything, I can just take one and do another, so I can do what I want instead of having to do a pattern.
All right, tomorrow in the Jack and Jill class, the question was, how do I dissect a pattern and maybe just take elements of it? I always say, like, you should all learn patterns. Patterns are like sentences, right? So when our kids learn a word in school, they then have to put that word into a sentence, right? It doesn't mean that they're always ever going to use that word just in that sentence. The sentence teaches them context. Does that make sense? So they get the word, then they have to put it into a sentence. They don't always just use it in that sentence. Same thing with patterns, right? So when you learn a pattern, that's just like learning a sentence, right? And what you want to learn to do when you learn a pattern, like in a group class, is how to take those pieces out, right? So you can make new sentences as you go. So tomorrow in the Jack and Jill, when we talk about the Jack and Jill mindset and stuff, we'll talk a little bit about dissection of patterns. Yeah? Jake, you had a question?
Yeah, I would like better facility over at Japanese with my partner. From a technical perspective, so like if she has a more forward voice, for example, than I typically do, then like adapting to that so that we can relate to better. As well as being a little more aware of my partner's musical choices. So when I go about structuring a dance, I can cater to her musical choices so that we can have a better dance.
That's going to be a lot in the Jack and Jill class. So catering to your partner's musical choices, that's an interesting way to approach it, simply because that's a very specific thing to different types of follows. For example, as a follow, I love for my partner to initiate what he's hearing in the music so I can join into that. If I have a partner who maybe doesn't know that song and I can feel that, then I can initiate, but I really do love to assume the follow role. But one thing that we can talk a little bit about is a lot of ladies tend to interject themselves a little forcefully when it comes to musicality and how to manage that. But that's also in the Jack and Jill section and how you're gonna make those choices.
And in the connection later on tonight, I'll talk about, from my perspective, the adjustments that I make relative to the followers that I'm dancing with. So relative to the pitch that they've chosen to do, the weight that they've chosen to give me in the arm, and all that kind of stuff. So I'll talk about that adaptation, right? So, because I say all the time, this is my 25th year in the Champions Division. 25 years.
He started when he was
That's
4.
That's a long time
That
in the
is a
Champions
long
Division,
time.
right? So as we head into the timeless technique stuff that we're talking about now, like the ladies that I started dancing with in the Champions Division 25 years ago dance different than the ladies that I'm dancing with today, right? So the feel was different, the music was different, the amount of tension they gave was different, their communication was different. Things changed over the years, but there's certain things about technique, right, in lead follow that haven't changed. So we're going to talk a lot about that.
And will never change. One thing I do want to address is we're going to go through certain situations, particularly when we get to connection and the Jack and Jill portion of the class, and you guys are going to say, well, what do I do if my partner blank? And what do I do if my partner does this? And we could spend 9 hours on the what ifs. I'm not kidding. there's no way to cover that. The only thing I can tell you is we're going to put movement on your body that is going to work with most other dancers. And I'm not always trying to make a dance feel perfect. I dance and I accept what is, and we're looking for communication, but we're not always looking for perfection. So I don't want to spend a ton of time on the one-off what-ifs. There are times I just settle into a dance and accept that it is not going to feel exactly like I want it to feel. That doesn't mean it's not going to be really successful. Yes? Okay.
Cool. And then the last thing I want to talk about as we get into this is how many of you do other dances besides West Coast Swing? Raise your hand. Great. Cool. So how many of you, when you do those other dances, one of the things that you struggle with our dance is that West Coast Swing doesn't give as much clarity to everything that happens. Like if you've ever done ballroom, if any of you have ever done Latin or rhythm or standard or smooth, and they're very specific, aren't they? Right? So like how we strike the foot, all those things are super specific. What you do with your rib cage, what you do with your hips, all of those things are very specific. Am I right? Raise your hands if you get that, right? So very set, structured rules that happen. And then we come to West Coast Swing and we struggle with that a little bit. And we struggle, like even judges struggle with it. And we struggle with things like what swing content and what does West Coast Swing look like and what pitch is right, what pitch is wrong, like ball lead, heel lead, all of those things. Here's what makes our dance different and difficult to break down to the minutia of exactly how you're supposed to take a step. Most other couples dances you do, almost every other couples dance you do, regulates genre of music and beats per minute. Regulates genre of music and beats per minute. So like competitive country dancing, for instance, East Coast Swing is regulated to 10 beats per minute, 132 to 142 beats per minute. And we'll always have a swing rhythm in between the two beats. We'll always have some sort of a medium shuffle rhythm. So what happens in between the beats is regulated, and the beats per minute is regulated. Same thing in competitive rhythm and Latin and smooth and standard. The beats per minute are regulated and the music is regulated. The next biggest window that we find is salsa at 20 beats per minute. So 20 beats per minute, but still the patterns, what happens in between the beats, the rhythm that creates the dance is still regulated. In West Coast Swing, we do not. We dance everywhere from 60 beats per minute to 140 beats per minute. And we dance to multiple genres of music where the beats that happen, the rhythms that happen in between the beats are different. Sometimes it swings, sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes it has a Caribbean or a Latin vibe, right? So because we don't regulate genre and we don't regulate beats per minute, we cannot regulate certain things to the specific movement that you will find in ballroom and some of the other dances. Does that make sense? Every other couples dance you do regulates genre and beats per minute. We do not, right? So because of that, we also can't regulate the style as specific as they do in other dance forms. Yes?
Which is a good thing.
It is a good thing.
I know you guys sometimes as students struggle with that a little bit, but it's a good thing. It's a good thing because that diversity is what creates the spectrum that allows us to still be relevant competitors. I would have aged out of Latin a while ago, like last week. I would have aged out of Latin a while ago.
I would still have 5 more years there.
At least,
yeah, exactly.
least. Okay. But the spectrum that is created by West Coast Swing being danced to all these different styles is what creates the spectrum that makes all of us relevant dancers today. You don't have to fit a mold. And that is a beautiful, beautiful thing. So allow the frustration you sometimes feel by not being able to get a right way. Like when you feel that, remind yourself that that's actually a good thing because you don't have to be anybody but you on that dance floor. So embrace it.
By the way, as I say all that, is that new to anybody? What I just said about the genre and beats per minute?
Bless you.
That's not new. That all made perfect sense to you. You guys already knew that before I said it. Right, like, what's that? You learned it from me. Yeah, you learned it from me a few weeks ago. But other than you, right? So because I just think knowledge is power, and understanding that is going to help you as you head into classes and take from lots of dance teachers. One of the things Brandi and I both take is a very global opinion of West Coast swing, that it's not always this way or always that way. I always say there's many ways to get to 6, right? 3 plus 3 is 6, 4 plus 2 is 6, 5 plus 1 is 6.
There's
right?
only a few.
Right, whatever. But they're all equal 6, and so there's lots of teachers that are going to say it's this way or it's that way, and lots of times the this way works for this particular genre of music and this particular beats per minute, and this way works for a different genre and for a different beats per minute, right? And for a different style choice. All right, great. So anything else? How are we doing? Yeah.
If you could explain, I'd love to hear a little bit more about how you guys explain the difference between one-beat leads and constant connection and all the spectrum in between there.
Yes.
Yay!
I know how you teach it and like little tips and tricks that you do to get students to experience the difference in both.
Right.
And then along with that, or separately, how you deal with students that are carrying too much tension in their arms, how do they get the right amount of tension, connected to their center as opposed to using muscle.
So what Nino just basically did is told you all you're going to get in the back half of tonight, right? So what he asked is about connection.
It's almost like we set him up.
It's almost like we set him up for that question. So the connection was about the variations, because how many of you have heard constant connection? Great. How many of you have heard connection, then neutral, then connection, then neutral? Great. How many of you heard some other version of that? Great, cool, awesome, right? So, and there's all kinds of confusing things about what it's supposed to be or not supposed to be, right? So, and then what do we do with people that carry too much tension, don't carry enough tension, all of that kind of stuff. We are definitely going to go through that. One of the things I think Brandi and I both pride ourselves on is our connection, right? And our ability to translate what's going on in our dance, both from a follower standpoint and a leader standpoint, with a wide variety of dancers, right? So the connection, I think, is one of our fortes. So we're going to talk a lot about that on the second half. Yeah, that's awesome. Anything else? Yeah.
Along with drill suggestions, I'd like to learn how to practice more effectively so that the things I'm practicing actually eventually end up on the dance floor.
Okay,
Great.
that's a great. I'm actually going to address that real quickly right now. The question was, how can I practice more effectively so that the things that I'm practicing ultimately end up on the dance floor? First, there's two ladders you have to climb to improve. One is practice and one is experience. And those two things are not interchangeable. And a lot of times I say to a student, what are you doing to practice? They say, I go out dancing 5 nights a week. I said, great, you're getting a lot of experience. But that isn't covering the practice. The practice is the drills that we're going to give you. Practice is by yourself. Practice is at home. You can make anything a drill if you take the movement out of context, slow it down. Practice is mindful. It's meticulous. It is repetition and perfection. Then when I go out dancing, it is mindless. So practice is mindful, dancing is mindless. Social dancing is when we start honing our instincts. The reason those champion girls make the decisions they do in a moment is because they've been there 1,000 times. And they have the experience to respond to all of the information they're getting in a moment. So when it comes to practice, I do not believe in practicing an hour a day. I believe in practicing for a couple minutes at a time, all day long. 30 seconds, 2 minutes at a time. If you want to work on your triple steps, slow everything down, dance your triples, be completely present, and know what you're trying to accomplish with your triple step in that moment. Do it for 2 minutes and then forget about it. Then come back to it a little bit later. But a lot of times we'll go into a studio or we'll tuck ourselves into whatever corner of our house we have set up for it, and we will do mindless repetition for an hour. That is going to do nothing but guarantee you will continue to do it exactly the same way. So remember, practice doesn't make perfect. Perfect practice makes perfect. So I want you to practice mindfully. Then when you go out social dancing, all you're going to do is a little check to see if it's working yet. So if I've been trying to change something in my one, and I'm drilling my one over and over and over and over, when I go out social dancing, I'm going to check to see if it's working. But practical application in dancing doesn't really work. How many of you have ever done that and realized, like, you remember everything you were supposed to do right after you were supposed to do it? And the whole night...
I still do that.
Yeah. The whole night of dancing ends up feeling it's no fun and it's defeating and it serves no purpose. So you don't want to do that to yourself. So practice happens Slow, mindful, alone, then we go out social dancing. That's where we gain our experience. Yes?
We good?
Cool.
Anything else? Yeah.
Yeah. It's almost like I asked her to plug brandytobias.com. Okay.
What did she say?
She said in one-
brandytobias.com. Got it. www.
Gosh, yes. So the question is, you've been doing the drills, whether you're watching a video online, whether you have a video of a private lesson that you took or a workshop that you took and you're watching it and you're drilling it, how do you know that you're doing it right? That is such a great question. And a lot of people won't practice because they're afraid of practicing wrong. If there's one thing I have that I wish I could give you, it's not experience, it's not training, it's not talent, it's body awareness. That is what is really effective in changing a dancer, is when they cultivate impeccable body awareness. So even if you're not doing the drill perfectly, if you're doing it mindfully and you're using it to cultivate body awareness, it is never going to be a waste of time. The hardest habit to change is the one you don't know you have. I can't tell you how many times in a lesson I have to grab my camera, record a student, and go, see, you are doing that. And they're like, oh. They had no idea. So you're not going to practice perfectly at the beginning. You're going to do it, and there will be little parts that aren't perfect. You're going to do it as perfectly as you know to do, and you're going to do it mindfully to cultivate that awareness, and then you can adapt it and change it over time.
And also, there are peripherals out there. There are resources out there
Yes.
that you can use to do this. So you can videotape yourself, right, with your phones. Remember when there was a time when
Technology.
right? So you can videotape yourself with your phone, right, and then watch it. And there's apps out there like Coach's Eye,
Coach's Eye is
and
good.
stuff where you can actually stack. You can take a video and of yourself and the video like on YouTube and stack it, right? And then you move. You can guide the thing so that you're moving at the exact same time, and you can see what you look like relative to the drill. Like that exists out there. Yes. So videotaping yourself. I did this in a group class. I had a bunch of people behind me at Dance Manhattan in New York. There was no mirrors on this wall, and there was mirrors on this wall. And I said, I want you all to do this. So I went like this, right? Now all they could see is me, right? So I went like this. And I said, are you all there? Say yes. They say yes. I turned around, right? And a whole bunch of people were like this, right? So they were here. Now I was like this, and there was a whole bunch of them like that. Now I said nothing. Right? So I said, all right, let's all turn around. So we all turn around. Now we're facing the mirror. I get in front. I go, all right, let's do it again. Same thing. And a whole bunch of people went, oh. Because they could see what was going on. When they did it on their own, they had no awareness of what was happening. Does that make sense? They would have bet money that this was this. Does that make sense? Because they went there going, this is exactly it. Yes? So getting in front of mirrors, videotaping yourself, comparing the video to what you see on brandytobias.com, right? So comparing those videos, you can do that. And like if you're gonna take the time to practice and do the video stuff, well then take the time to film yourself and get in front of a mirror. That can start to help. It's not perfect, but it's not as good as having a teacher there telling you you're doing it right or wrong, but it's a big step forward than just doing it blindly, not using a mirror and or videos.
The other thing, one more thing to add to that, is know what you're trying to accomplish in the drill.
Right.
If you're just working on your triple steps, too broad. What about your triple steps? Are you trying to work on the placement of your feet, the rolling of your ankle? Are you trying to work on your pitch? Are you trying to work on your weight transfers? What exactly are you trying to accomplish in that drill? Because if you're trying to do it all at once, you're not going to get there. So you have to pick an element to work on in the context of that drill and do one thing at a time.
Cool? All right. So you guys ready to stand up and move a little bit?
Yes.
Yes? Up,
Let's
up, up.
move.
Should we do a circle? What do you think? Like a half circle?
An egg shape?
Like an egg shape this way, just so we leave this open?
Yeah.
And then we'll go to...
Do you want me to do 4-piece first?
yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. All right. So, in order to really understand how I approach West Coast Swing, there's a few things you need to know about the way I view it. First of all, West Coast Swing is remarkably easy.
Let that just land on you for a second. West Coast Swing's remarkably easy.
It's remarkably easy. And everybody's like,
yeah,
every time.
and mic drop.
Now, West Coast Swing is not simple. There's a difference. West Coast Swing is a very complex dance, but it's physically easy on your body. Meaning, if I'm dancing Latin, if I'm dancing ballroom, there's all sorts of things that are very different than how I move in everyday life that are very difficult. My body fatigues. I have to physically train for it. West Coast Swing is a very pedestrian dance. I move through it the way I move through life, and that makes it physically easy on my body. So we want to use that to our advantage. My priorities in West Coast Swing, actually these are my priorities in any dance. First priority is timing. Nothing trumps timing. Period. End of story. So I sometimes have the opportunity to judge some really musical dancers who are off time. It's fascinating. Meaning,
Why are you judging me?
I'm not. I'm dancing with you.
Right.
So timing is speaking the same language as my partner and the music, so nothing comes before that. The second set of priorities are what I call the 4 Ps: posture, pitch, poise, and position.
Say it again.
Posture, pitch, poise, position.
You all say it again.
Posture, pitch, poise, position.
Posture, how I carry my body. 4 major blocks of balance: head, shoulders, ribs, and hips. My head, I want to align my ears up over my shoulders. I like to use a hands-on approach. I take my middle finger, tuck it right behind my earlobe. I put my thumb on top of my shoulders, and I push up. A lot of us have a tendency to carry our head weight forward, especially those of us who tend to work at computers, and that tends to progressively get worse the longer we work at a desk. So you want to make sure you're dancing your ears up over your shoulders. Can I look down? Yes, I can. I can look down, which means I'm hinging in the middle of my neck. I'm not going to drop my head weight off of my axis, which is when I hinge at the base of my neck. Yes? So that's my head. Shoulders, lift them up, roll them back. Press them down. Those are your lats. Leave them alone. All right? Now from there, I'm going to go ahead and widen my back. So I engage the pectoral muscles to pull the shoulder blades apart. Then I relax. When my shoulders are in the correct position, I should feel like my hands are in front of my legs rather than by the seams in my pants.
I just want to interject, because we get a lot of shoulders up, back, and down. So we get a lot of teachers that say shoulders up, back, and down, right? So this is important. And what's really interesting about this is we haven't discussed this, so I didn't know where she was going with this, but I love it.
Surprise.
So, right. So as we go shoulders up, back, and down, right? So everybody go shoulders up, back, and down. Now put your arms in front of you like in first position. So that kind of sucks, doesn't it? Lift your arms up. All right, that's awesome. Lift them out. That's great. Right, exactly. This is danger, warning, danger, Will Robinson, right? So what was the name of the robot in Lost in Space? The robot, right? He had no name. That's right. Good. All right. So.
Oh my gosh! I can't believe that just happened.
It did happen, right?
Okay.
That's true. So, but if you do what Brandi just said, go shoulders up, go shoulders back, go shoulders down, right? Like driving the lats down. Leave them alone. Now, like she said, bring that back out a little bit, right? Cool. Now put your hands in front of you. There we go. Now lift them up. That feels so much better, doesn't it?
Now, how many of you have been told by a teacher somewhere along the line to connect from your lat? Okay, good. They weren't wrong. It's just not how I would have explained it.
Right.
Okay, and let me explain why. I, as a teacher, like to tell the difference between an instruction and a correction. An instruction is something I would tell everybody in this room, and it's true for all of you. A correction is something I'm going to tell an individual to correct an issue that they personally have. If I have a dancer that tends to disengage the shoulder joint, I have to get them to think about their lat. Most dancers don't do that, and as soon as they start thinking about their lat, they pull back and they get very downward heavy through that connection. So that's why you might have heard something about your lat. A lot of people like to think about that being a part that's pulled away from their partner, but I do not flex my lat in an effort to connect. Does that make sense? Any questions about that? Because it might be different from how you've heard it in the past. Okay, very good. So shoulders are shoulder blades wide. Yes?
What would be your instructional version of that same concept?
Of that same concept, I talk a lot about the joint. So when I talk about connection, I explain that I want the joint stabilized. So my shoulder is a ball and socket joint. So I want the ball to move freely in the socket, but I don't want an adjustment of the position of the socket.
Can you all do that? And by the way, anytime we demonstrate anything, I encourage you to do it with us. Say that one more time.
So I allow the ball to move freely in the socket, but I don't disrupt the position of the socket.
And disrupt it. Do it wrong too, so you can feel the
So you
difference in
can
that.
feel that joint move. But we want the socket to stay in place, the ball of the joint moves freely. Yes? Cool. So that's our shoulders. Now I want everybody to put your hands on your rib cage. Take a nice deep breath. Your ribs open up to accommodate your lungs. Now exhale. Your ribs close, and we dance with our rib cage in a closed position. Breathing is overrated. So, in dancing, I don't take big lung opening breaths. I dance with my rib cage closed as opposed to open. Proper dancer's posture is actually a very long, wide back, a shorter, narrower front. So that's what I'm doing here. So I'm not opening my rib cage. The last block is the pelvis. Most people are going to say the hips, but we're talking about the whole pelvis. And we want to make sure that that's level for the other 3 blocks to stay rested on. So Robert uses a great analogy out of this book that we both tend to talk about a lot, Dynamic Alignment Through Imagery by Eric Franklin, if anybody wants to go check it out. But he says to imagine that your pelvis is a bucket of water filled to the brim, and you don't want to be spilling. A lot of times follows tend to tip their hips back, which means I'm going to be spilling out the front of that bucket. A lot of leaders tend to tuck their hips under in anticipation of the connection, and they spill out the back of the bucket. For me, I like to feel like I'm pulling my hip bones up towards the ceiling so it creates a level block for the rest of my body to be resting on. Make sure you're not clenching your rear end. That looks really strange when you're dancing. Okay, so that's your posture. That's 1P, you guys. 1P. Posture. Ears over shoulders, shoulder blades spread apart, rib cage closed, pelvis level. Yes, check. Good. Pitch is the relationship between my shoulders and my hips, and you are going to hear differing opinions about pitch in West Coast Swing. I dance a fixed forward pitch, which means I dance my hips behind my shoulders. You will see some people and hear some teachers that dance a variable pitch. I can point out some amazing dancers that works beautifully on. That doesn't work for me. So I dance a fixed forward pitch. What I want is I want for my hips to be the furthest point from my partner so that is what we are communicating to one another. I don't want to be connecting from my shoulders. You can see that I already lifted my connection up. So basically, I want to put my butt into his hand, but not the fun way.
I've often thought, is Rogan in here?
He's not.
He's not in
He's
here?
with my children. Lock it up.
Right, so
So I'm going
I can't
to connect.
unsee that.
I know,
sorry.
I know. So like I said, it's not the fun way, but that's the way I think of connecting is hip into hand. So that's my pitch.
So I was going to say, when it comes to pitch too, like everything we're talking about is kind of a good starting point, right? So I believe that once you understand where center is supposed to be, you can mess with it all you want.
Yes.
So once I know what this is supposed to be, I can make it something else. Does that make sense? Nod your heads if you get that, right? It's just like taking, when somebody takes a classical position in ballet and then makes it something else, right? And then it becomes contemporary. You know, Bob Fosse created an entire style of turn in as opposed to turn out, but he understood the classical side of things first, yes? So when we talk about this, we're going to talk, I also dance a forward pitch, right? So I dance the same pitch that Brandi dances, right? That's my go-to. That doesn't mean we can't do the other, right? And we'll talk a little bit about later about how and when you can use the other side of this, right? So what we're talking about is like a good centered starting position.
Well,
once we understand it, you can choose to mess with it. Do y'all get that? It's like the English language. Lots of rules when you first learn it. The more you learn it, the more you learn how to break those rules to get your point across.
Yeah, it's what we're talking about right now when we talk about timeless techniques. This is our core starting point.
Yes.
This is our starting point. We can do anything we want differently in a moment to style it and make it what we want it to be. But if you watch any dancer, you can tell the difference between a deliberate choice in their styling and a lack of knowledge or attention to detail.
Yes.
You can see it. So this is about the knowledge. This is about understanding that I'm supposed to be in this forward pitch. And then in a moment, I shape something to take it back. But then I recover. So you always see that transition.
So a number of years ago, I did that information, and when I tried to do that with beginners, I got pole ball socket pain.
Okay.
I got guys leading with their butts and not even giving the lead. So for me, it was like, I'm not going to teach beginners to do this because it's messing everything up. Is there a way? I would wait before I would ever give that to somebody.
Okay.
When they have body awareness.
See, I believe you can.
Well, then the question was, how would you deliver this to beginners, right? How would you deliver this in a beginning class? Go ahead.
For me, it's very much teaching them the fundamentals of moving their body. Now, you're going to hear a lot about moving forward from a high center and moving back from a low center. But when you give that to somebody, the reason I never talk about that is because that's how the human body already moves.
Right.
I naturally move forward from a high center and back from a low center. So I don't need to talk about that. As soon as I tell a leader, move back from a low center, he's going to do that. So instead, I'll talk about 2 points of initiation. I talk about a fixed pitch, and the way I explain it is I say the relationship between my shoulders and my hips doesn't change. It doesn't matter if I'm moving backward, it doesn't matter if I'm moving side, it doesn't matter if I'm moving forward, it doesn't matter if I'm leading or if I'm following. The relationship between my shoulders and my hips doesn't change. So if I have somebody who's struggling with it, I'll say I think of 2 points of initiation, the base of the spine and the nape of the neck. So as I'm moving, those 2 points are moving, staying the same relative to one another, and then I'm able to get somebody moving their whole body as a unit instead of breaking apart a piece at a time.
Also, by the way, in teaching group classes, like on a local level, I don't know that you would talk about that right away unless you needed to anyways, right? Like, I'm not going to talk about pitch, like, right away.
In private, yeah.
Well, private lessons, I can put my hands on them too, right? Like, I can put my hands on them and I can move them.
Well,
and to put
depends
them,
on where.
Right. So, or I can put their hands on me, whatever,
Yeah, whatever.
right? So, and I can put them where I need to in a private lesson situation. Does that make sense? Where we can really start to discuss that. Yeah. So,
You change the way that I teach that in my classes by talking about the analogy of stepping on the curb or walking up the stairs.
right.
And make them a good way.
Right.
Yes.
So one of the things that's interesting, so the University of Cambridge did a study on walking years and years ago. They videoed a bunch of people hundreds of people walking through the quad. And when they did that, they then stopped a number of them, and over 300 people agreed to be part of this study that they did. So they videotaped people without them knowing that they were being videotaped. Then they went and analyzed them, and they did MRIs and they did X-rays, and they wanted to find out the most effective and efficient way to walk. Right? So they looked at structural issues that people had in their body, skeletal issues, all that kind of stuff. And they came up with some common denominators. And some that are important for us to understand is walking forward is 1.5 inches to a 3-inch pitch forward from the pelvis. Right? So if you find your hip bone, right? Walk in at about a 45-degree angle to that soft spot, right? It's where you break, isn't it? Right? So it's like where your psoas is. It's really where there's 2 sets of ligaments called the Y ligaments. They're the thickest set of ligaments in your body, right? They look like 2 inverted Ys, right? So from there, what's going to happen is about 1.5 inches to a 3-inch pitch. If the hips go back and the head goes forward just a little bit, 1.5 inches to 3 inches, you can then walk forward. Does that make sense? By the way, what made the difference between 1.5 inches to a 3 inches? What made the difference? The length of the torso, right? The length of the torso. The longer the torso, the less pitch necessary to commence to move.
So like
the longer the lever.
Sarah would be 1.5 inches and Kyle would be 3 inches?
No, Sarah would be 3 inches, Kyle would be 1.5 inches, or the other way, right?
Okay.
The longer the lever, the less pitch needed to create the same amount of motion, which is why somebody like a John Lindo will have less pitch in his body when he dances than I will, right? Because of the length of the torso, right? What was interesting about that when it came to, so that study then got put into the Olympic committee and was used for ice skating and for runners and stuff like that to analyze athletes. Moving backwards required the same amount of pitch forward. So that same 1.5 inches forward to 3 inches is the same pitch I need to effectively move backward, because it keeps my head weight over the power point of my foot, which is the ball of my foot, right? The back of the ball of my foot. So from here, if you take that same 1.5 inches to 3 inches, right, of that pitch. So just like Brandi said, that perfect pitch.
And feel
right?
it in your hip flexors. You don't
Right.
want to feel like a lot of times people think
Right.
of pitch and they think of like a ski jumper
Right.
pitching from the
We're not-
ankle.
we're not- exactly.
It is from the hip flexor.
It breaks at that Y ligament, right? From there, that's where I'm moving back from, and that's where I'm moving forward from.
So a less scientific way to say this, but I love this when I learned it, and I learned it many years ago from Michael Kim, and this was in reference to ballroom and Latin dancing, is he said, if I was to take a still photograph of you in the middle of a step from the side, it should always look like you're stepping forward, regardless of where you're going. So if you were to take a picture of me from the side in the middle of a backward step, it should look like I'm about
Right.
to move forward. It should never look like I'm moving backward.
Right.
Even if I was stepping to the side, it should look like I'm moving forward. So it's that pitch that does that.
And I say this in class all the time too. Am I running forward or backward?
Yes.
Yes, right? I would run forward in the exact same pitch I would run backward, right? I would run forward there, I would run backward there. I wouldn't run forward here and then backward like this. Does that make sense? So we want to be careful about how we move forward and backward. Yes?
Yes, so that's pitch.
That's pitch.
The
That's
second
two,
P.
right? Posture, pitch.
Poise. Poise is the term in dancing we use to describe where over our foot we carry our weight. So I can be poised forward over the ball of the foot. I can be poised back over the heel.
Can you say that one more time for everybody?
Yes. Poise is the term we use in dancing to describe where over the foot I'm carrying my weight.
Did y'all get that?
I can be poised forward over the ball of the foot. I can be poised back over the heel. So if pitch is the relationship between my hip and my shoulder, poise is the relationship between my hip and my foot. I can have my hip over the heel, I can have my hip over the ball of the foot, and that's going to determine where I'm carrying my weight. Yes?
As she says it, are you guys trying it? Right?
In West Coast Swing, I spend a good portion of my time poised over my heel. And that's kind of a stretch for a lot of my follows who feel like they have to be up on their toes, on the balls of their feet in order to be responsive to a lead. I want to be grounded and effective, and that requires me being over my heels. So I refer to ballroom dancing a lot to support what I do in West Coast Swing, because ballroom, the minutia has been determined. There is a right way to do everything. In international standard, there's 5 dances: waltz, tango, foxtrot, quick-step, and Viennese waltz. In 4 of those dances, I stay poised over the balls of my feet at all times. In 1 of them, I stay poised over my heel. Which one is this?
Tango.
Why? Because someone told me to. No, why? And there's more to it. There's no rise and fall or swing and sway. Rise and fall and swing and sway are methods of propulsion.
Did y'all get that? Rise and fall and swing and sway are methods of what? Propulsion.
I
How we
don't
push,
have
right?
either of those in tango. So I have to stay over the heel so I can drive out of the foot for power. Okay, in West Coast Swing, I don't have rise and fall. I don't have swing and sway. I don't have Cuban motion, which is another method of propulsion, and I dance on straight legs. So what do I have? I have my foot and I have my ankle. So as a follow particularly, I have to get to that heel so I have something to work out of to propel myself forward, getting a powerful step without using my connection to move me. Yes, because if there's one thing you'll hear me say as a follow all the time, he is the reason I move, but he never moves me. Think about that for a minute. He is the reason I move, but he doesn't move me. So I poise back over my heels so that when he asks me to move, I can then propel myself. Yes?
Can you all feel that? So one of the things that Brandi says a lot is that when she poises back, she'll hip weight her heel. So she puts her hip weight, and you should all feel this, both as a leader and a follower. So she'll put her hip weight over her heel. Her head weight, because of her pitch, is still, if it were to line up, over the back of the ball of the foot. So her head weight's over the back of the ball, her hip weight's over the heel, right? You could actually pick that foot up, couldn't you, that your weight's on the heel? But from there, because your head weight's forward, you can take from the straight leg, you can go to the foot and push and drive out of the foot to move. So do that, try that. Push and drive out of the foot to move. Can you all feel that? Right? So go ahead, hip weight your heel, head weight the ball, and then push and drive out of it. One of the things that's important to understand, if we just go back to pitch for a second, if you head weight and hip weight your heel, head weight and hip weight your heel with a straight leg, driving out of that is almost impossible to do, isn't it?
You can't go anywhere.
Try to do that.
So that's why we have to have the pitch forward with the poise backward. Now, this, in my opinion, is the recipe for feeling grounded. Okay? If I am pitched forward and poised backward and Robert pulls me, I don't have to go anywhere. I'm grounded in a way that he can't move me. Now, if I pitch forward and I poise forward, he has the ability to pull me off my foot. If I pitch backward It doesn't matter where I'm poised. He has control of my body weight. He has the ability to affect my upper body, causing me to move. It doesn't matter what level I teach, and it doesn't matter where I teach. If I ask these two questions, I get the same answer. Leaders, what's your biggest pet peeve in followers? They come forward too early. Followers, what's your biggest pet peeve in leaders? They pull me forward too early. Those two things can't be true. And a big part of it is if a lady's pitch and poise is off, the connection pulls her forward even before he has a chance to lead. So it doesn't matter if you're a leader or a follower, just grab a person who's standing next to you and just hold hands and get to this position of feeling like you are pitched forward and poised backward. Feel your hip weight into your partner's hands. And now I want whoever's in the leader role, it doesn't really matter, go ahead and pull the partner forward, and follows, I just want you to resist. Don't pull back, don't oppose it, just resist the movement. And now when you're ready, step forward. Good, good, try that again. So whoever's in the leader role, go ahead and pull, resist, and when you're ready, step. Good. I'm sorry, I'm trying to read sign language. Okay, now let's go ahead and switch that. So it doesn't matter if you're the leader or the follower, switch roles. I want leaders to feel what this feels like, to resist and then step. So followers, pull your leader forward. Leaders, resist and then step. Good, good. So it's important to understand what we mean when we say resist. I don't oppose. So as Robert's pulling me, I can stand here and just resist. I'm not pulling against him with my arm.
Right.
I'm not pulling against him with my shoulders. I'm just grounded into the foot that allows me to resist, and I step. Yes, try that just a couple more times.
All right, let me add something to this. Hold on real fast. Check it out. So, because, again, I'm going to go back to this analogy. Right? So as I look around, and we've just asked you to do something, right? You don't have a mirror, and you're not videotaping yourself. But we got to do some self-correcting, because there's a whole lot of us, I would say more than half, doing this, right? Where you're back in here. So here's what I want us to think about. For the sake of this exercise, I want you to think that there's 3 different levels that I could commence to move away from my partner. There's below the lead, there's at the lead, there's above the lead. So, and we're talking about the level of the lead. So I can be below the lead. This is me moving below the lead, right? Here's the level, below it. I can move at the lead, at the level of the lead, or I can move above the lead. Does that make sense? Say yes if you get that. Great. So when we do this, I want to think about moving below the lead. I want to move below the lead, right? So everything that's happening is happening below the lead in this, as we feel this. Kind of, sort of, maybe? So that nothing's happening above the lead, right? So when Brandi resists, she's even resisting below the lead. She's not resisting above the lead, trying to lean back.
And if you watch, as Robert starts to pull me, what's happening in my body? Nothing. That's what it means to be grounded. I'm not fighting him. I'm just resisting the movement, and then I'm moving. And when I move very freely. But that's what it feels like to be grounded. Being grounded requires appropriate weight placement. Yes? Is that what I call waiting?
Waiting?
Robert?
Like she's waiting for me?
Yeah.
Applying weight, or waiting as a means of time, or waiting as a means of weight? Time.
Well, because that's going to depend.
Are you waiting for me?
Always. I will always
exactly.
wait for you.
Yeah, right.
Okay. Unless you're late, then I'm gone. Okay. So one of the things Robert and I were talking about that I think it's important to address is that terminology is really difficult in West Coast Swing. Because we don't have a standardized vocabulary. So you're going to hear different teachers using different words to refer to the same thing and the same words to describe different things. And so I frequently have people say, well, I need to settle into my anchor, right? Or I need to settle my weight, or I need to weight my anchor. And there's all these ways to describe it. So it's very important that you understand the intention of the instructor's words rather than always looking for the literal meaning. So yes, when the connection is tightening, I resist until it's time for me to move. How do I know when to actually move? The music. Okay, what was our first priority? Timing.
Right.
So even if he's pulling me forward early, he is a leader. I am a follower, which means he has to move before me in order for us to execute simultaneously. So I don't want to move when he moves. I move when it's time. Does that make sense? That goes back to that timing being our first priority. So, do you have a follow-up question? Do I teach this to beginners right away? No. I mean, I teach cause and effect, and I teach the elasticity of connection. I teach that the bodies don't move parallel to one another. So I introduce the concept very slowly. How many of you teach basic classes? Your job when you teach a basic class is one thing, and that is to get them to show up the next week. And if you spend an hour working on foot strike or connection or posture,
good luck.
They're gone.
Right.
By the end of the first hour, they need to feel like they are dancing. They need to be able to do a sugar push and an underarm pass to music or something close to, So no, I won't give this to beginners.
Right.
If I'm teaching a beginner boot camp class at Palm Springs New Year's, maybe.
Right.
There's a big difference.
But if you're a teacher, you need to know this.
There we go. That's a good way to say it.
Okay, so let's try this again. Exactly the same exercise Brandi was doing, right? But let's think about being under the lead, right? Initiating everything under the lead. Try it again.
Just experiment
And
with your
actually,
partner.
by the way, climb it, meaning try it under, all right? Then try at the level of the lead, pulling away, then go over the lead. Like feel what the 3 levels feel like, so you can get under the lead. So that you're really thinking about where Brandi says putting her butt in my hand. That's under the lead, under the level of the lead.
And just talk your way through it with your partner. Talk your way through it. There should be no point in this drill that you are not supporting your own body weight. Good. Yes.
When I'm a fall, I have real problems with timing. But when I lead, I'm a good on-time leader.
Because you're not good at ignoring your leader when he's off time.
Makes for good leg action.
I know.
Makes for good leg action.
Good. Okay, very good. All right. Awesome. Let's get through. Do you have a question? Yes.
So check this out. So listen. This is getting a little ahead of it, but, right, if we're jumping ahead just a hair, right, so we said below the lead, right? I initiate below the lead, right? So say yes, right, initiate below the lead. But we see people dancing like this, right? Does that make sense? Say yes. Now the illusion of my top line is that I have now danced above the lead. But that's not actually what happened, right? What we understand about dancing, right, is that my shoulders, you can say your head weight or your rib cage, should be countering my hip. That's what Brandi just said, right? So if my rib cage is forward, my hips are back. Now, I can counter hips forward. So everybody stand with your feet together. Great. So now, when I take that little pitch that we talked about, that 1.5 inches, right, that pitch forward, right? So there's that little bit of a break in the pelvis, yes? And then I can push forward. Great, cool, awesome. So now, the other thing, let's make that flat. Make that perfectly flat. So if you're perfectly flat and you're flat-footed, you can't push forward, can you? But if you took your hips and your knees and you started to bring them forward a little bit onto the balls of the feet, now I'm on the balls of the feet, much like I would be doing in smooth. From there I could push forward, couldn't I? Push. You can push, can't you? But was that action my upper body going back, or was it my lower body going forward? It was my lower body going forward. So the idea here is that if I'm countering, it's like if Brandi and I were to take closed and smooth, it's not the away action. right, that happens. We're actually thinking about coming towards each other. It's down in here. This is where this is where our connection is. This is just our top line, but we're not pulling away. Right? So, but when people go to smooth, they go, oh, well, this is what it is. It's not even remotely about the back action. It's about the forward action.
The first thing you learn as a follow in ballroom is how to create shape over the frame.
Right.
So he could move his arm, and I'm right here. I'm not using him at all. And that's what I'm doing here.
Here, exactly, same thing. So the idea there is that when you see people dance in what looks like this top line back, they're still swinging the hips under. So it's still a movement initiated from under the lead, not above the lead. Does that make sense? Because then you're not negatively affecting your partner. So if I'm doing this, if I'm walking back like this, the top line looks like I'm back. Does that make sense? But it's actually because I've swung my hips forward, not because I've taken my top line backwards. Nod your heads if you get that. Does that make sense? That should be a biggie for you, right? Because when you watch people dance, whether you're watching a lady do this kind of movement here, or you're watching a guy back up like this, it's not about them taking a movement above the lead. But you'll hear teachers say, take your head weight back. We take our head weight back, and that's how we get back there, right? So everybody, put your feet together. Now, remember I said you have to counter hip weight to head weight, or as Brandi talked about, the rib cage and the hips, right? So that pitch, right? So if I take my hips and my ribs, both, and put them over your heels, how controlled does that feel? Not very, right? Does that make sense? So if I take my hips and put it over my heel and my head over the ball, walk your feet in place, that feels pretty controlled. Yes? Now, take your hips, bring them forward, take your head, bring it back, walk your knees in place. I can control that too, can't I? So I'm always countering with my pitch, I'm always countering rib cage to hips. And I should initiate that movement under the lead if at all possible. Are there times when dancing above the lead is something? Yeah, in lifts. Right, which none of you are doing. So nor is Brandi right now.
Ever.
Right, so there's a fantastic coach. His name was Tom Slater. He was one of my mentors. He was Lorene Baldovi's mentor, Melissa Russo's mentor. He's an amazing theater arts world champion. And he was the one who first talked to me about this concept. And so he would say, like if I was doing like a lift where I was going to take the lady around and she was going to have to like pinch like here on the shoulder, that she would initiate above the lead. So everything would happen above. So she would think about carrying above so that her bottom would swing underneath it. Does that make sense? So there are times where that happens. Yes? But what we need to start to do is look for just what we do in the pedestrian side of this dance. So I can't think of an instance right now off the top of my head where I wouldn't want you to initiate a movement above the lead. Does that make sense? Even if the top line or the illusion, the picture is above the lead. Just because the picture is above the lead doesn't mean that that's where it was initiated.
Yeah, most of what I do above what looks like it's above the lead is shaping, and shaping is still initiated below.
Right, cool. So we got three.
So we had posture, pitch, poise. Third one is position, which is another name for frame, because 4-piece is catchier than 3-piece and an F. So. Okay.
Right.
Stephen, who was I was talking about? Okay, never mind. Another story altogether. We'll go there later. Okay, everybody put your arms down to your sides. I want you just to relax them at your sides. Our arms do not hang straight. That requires flexing the triceps in order to get them straight. So I have a nice natural flex to the elbow. I want you to imagine that I sent you to the grocery store and I asked you to pick up 2 gallons of milk for me. Think about how you would hold 2 gallons of milk. You would create just enough resistance that it wasn't pulling your arms down, but you wouldn't be flexing your arms trying to hold them up here unless you're curling at home, which sometimes Courtney does. Okay. So just enough of a flex. Now, without changing the flexion of the elbow, I want you to lift the arms from the shoulder out in front of you. This is my outermost boundary in West Coast swing. From here, I want you to swing down, releasing the ball in the socket. Don't disrupt the socket. And I want you to take your right hand and place it across your belly. And I want you to swing your left hand back until your wrist is aligned with your fingertips. This is as far in as I will allow my arm to go. So depending on how you're built, maybe your elbow goes behind your body, maybe it doesn't. I don't really care where your elbow goes, I care where your wrist goes. Okay, so sometimes people have a tendency of either stopping too short or letting the hands swing way back. I want to keep that wrist no further than the front plane of my body. And this is my frame in West Coast Swing, is I have a nice, easy, comfortable range of motion of the ball in the socket from my outermost extended point to my innermost point. Yes? That's as tricky as frame needs to get.
I would add to that also opening up, right? So if you open up, like to a second position, right? Go a little bit, what I call to the point of bounce, where you start to stretch the outer pec, so you get to that point of bounce, just where it bounces a little bit, where it just bounces a little bit, right? Now go past that.
Yeah.
Right, so you start to break frame there. Does that make sense?
So you
And then
shouldn't
bring it
feel
in.
you shouldn't feel the shoulder blades pinch.
Bring it
there.
in, bring it in, bring it in. Bring it into that point of bounce. Just where it starts to bounce. If you go a little further, it rounds the back and you break the frame, right? So we just have that nice little, we understand where our points are that we want to get to, right? The thing about West Coast Swing that's different than other dances is we have a pliable frame. We have a pliable frame with points of no more, right? Points that, like Brandi just said, where my arm goes no more. That's it, right? So we don't have a static frame like we might have in ballroom.
How many of you have danced in ballroom? Okay, most people who have danced ballroom, like, they lose their minds at the beginning when it comes to frame in West Coast Swing, because, gentlemen, what you have to do with your arms in a whip is completely broken frame in West Coast Swing. Why do we break frame, according to ballroom, break frame in West Coast Swing? Why? Because the lady stays on a track. So if you want her to stay on the track, your hands have to stay on the track. If I danced a whip, keeping a ballroom frame, what's she going to be doing? Moving in a circle. So I have to adapt my frame to accommodate her movement on the track, which means I have to break my frame according to ballroom standards. So we do have these boundaries and then a freedom of movement within the context of those boundaries.
Also, so A, lady has to stay in the track. Why do we break frame? A,
Lady has to stay on the track.
come on, come on. Great. So B, because our level of connection, which we'll talk about a little bit later, in the meat of the pattern, in the middle of the pattern, is different than it is in most of the ballroom dances. And the reason for that is that we talk to the middle of the pattern more than any other dance. So what does that mean? We talk to the middle of the pattern. So if we're dancing just basic cha-cha, right? So we're here, and I do an underarm turn. We're just going to dance basic cha-cha. That's it. Right here, this whole piece right here, this whole thing right here, I'm not going to mess with. I'm not going to in here go, and mess with that. Cha-cha. That's not going to happen, right? So we don't mess with the middle of the pattern in cha-cha. If I'm dancing just basic old school cha-cha, and I go da, da, ba, 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 da, I know that Brandi's gonna go, hey, da, 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 right? So everybody knows that pattern. I don't care where I am.
I didn't even know I knew that pattern.
Right, exactly. So, because we don't mess with the middle of the pattern. That doesn't happen. Why? Because cha-cha is attached to the music. Cha-cha fits the music perfect. So I don't have to mess with the middle of the pattern to reattach to the music. And the journey in West Coast Swing is always reattachment. We're always trying to reattach to the music because we have an inherently off-phrase dance. So our dance is off-phrase, doesn't fit the music. So our journey is to reattach it to the music, right? Cha-cha fits the music. Salsa fits the music. So I don't have to mess with the middle of the pattern, ever. But I can do 3 sugar pushes, and all 3 will have a different 3 and 4. Did y'all get that? When I do an underarm turn, I will mess with the meat of the pattern, the middle of the pattern. So in cha-cha, if I do this, if I break and I start that underarm turn, I could let go of Brandi, and she knows what the journey's going to be back to there, because I will never mess with this. You with me on that? In West Coast Swing, we almost always mess with this. Right? So the problem therein lies that our frame and our connection is different to some level than most of the ballroom dances you will do, because we are on a journey of reattachment, which means we need to be more connected through the middle of the pattern than most dances, and we have to regulate ourselves to rules like staying within the slot. All of those things lead themselves to the necessity for a pliable frame, an understanding where just our points of no more are. Does that make sense?
All right, so what's your first P? Second? Frame.
Position.
All right, very good.
Frame with a PH.
Frame with a PH.
Right. That's awesome. PHRAME. Right. That's awesome.
Frame. That's
awesome.
happening.
That's happening.
That's
right?
happening. That's totally
All right. Any questions about those? None?
Sweet.
Great. Awesome. Are you guys like, what the heck already? No? Y'all good?
So basically,
Yes.
that's the way I had a ballroom coach explain all that to me is timing and the 4 Ps are the things that I'm responsible for, that I have to have in place out of respect for my partner. Those things have to be in place before I even touch him, because nothing we do together is going to be effective without those. So those are individual responsibilities.
Great. Okay, so now, standing up, putting your feet together, right? What we're going to do now is we're going to walk in place a little bit, right? So when I say bend and straighten your knees, all I want you to do is bend and straighten one knee at a time. Bend and straighten one knee at a time. Now let's try in bending and straightening one knee at a time. Watch me do this, and then watch me do this. See, there's this drop and lift and drop action in my head. Try to keep that all very smooth, right? So just bending and straightening the knees, right? One at a time. Great. So now let's make sure we put our feet together and give yourself a little bit of turnout. If you don't know what turnout is, that just means that your heels are together, the balls of your feet are a couple of inches apart.
Think
right?
11 and 1 on the clock.
So put your feet together, balls of feet together as well. So go parallel, go parallel. Move your head and your hips around in a circle. Feel that balance. Ooh-ah. Give yourself that little bit of turnout. Do the same thing. Feels a little bit better. Right? Kind of, sort of? All right, so give yourself a little bit of turnout. Yes? Bend and straighten one knee at a time. Great. So as we're bending and straightening one knee at a time, we want to think about the fact, right, that I have that little bit of pitch that Brandi was talking about. By the way, I can take my hips back and do that. So I can poise back on my heel, right? I can poise forward on the ball. Feel what that all feels like? Yes, back and forth, back and forth. Great. Couple of things as this happens, right? So when we bend and straighten our knees, we tend to track our knees to our toes. We tend to track our knees to our toes. What does that mean? That means that my toes are right over my knees. If I was a ballet dancer, right, I could force lots of turnout. Now I have horrible turnout. I could force this. I could force this. But the second, stop it. So the second I bend my knees though, my knees go forward of my toes. Right? So that's not good turnout. Where we know good turnout is how wide I can take my feet, and then as I bend, still take my knees over my toes. Nod your heads if you get that. Kind of, sort of, maybe? Okay, great. So it's one of the reasons why ballet dancers walk like this. Right? There's a whole bunch of them in here I can have demonstrate. Right? I know at least 4. Julia, Cameo, Chantel. I know lots of professional ballet dancers in here, right? So that as ballet dancers walk, they walk knees tracking to toe. You with me on this? Okay. In West Coast Swing, put your feet together. I want my knees. Now this is interesting. I say that I want my knees to point to my partner. I want my knees to point to my partner. So my knees point to my partner. Right? What was interesting is Brandi and I were talking about this, and she said, I always say my knees point to wherever my center's pointing.
My knees draw a parallel line to the line that my center is making. So my knee isn't going to come across. So for example, if my knees were apart, I'm not trying to take my knees in towards my partner. Place the heel of your hand on your belly button so it's drawing a line. Now bend your knees so that they are drawing a line that is parallel to that. So it doesn't matter what position I'm in, that's going to remain true. So my knees are always bending together in the same direction that my center is pointing.
So if we think about this, put your heels together, balls of the feet apart, right? As I bend and I track that knee forward, a couple of things start to happen, must happen. Rotation in the hips happen, right? There's a little rotation in the hips. The other thing it does, stop on one leg. It actually, the leg that's bent, you're to the inside edge of the ball of that foot. When you track your knee to the toe, you go to the flat of the ball. So now walk tracking the toe to the knee, right? So that you're tracked. There's no rotation in the hips, and you stay flat to the ball of the foot. The entire ball of the foot is on the floor. Say yes.
Yes.
Right? When you track the knee forward, you must rotate a little bit, and you roll to the inside edge of the ball of the foot. Do you feel that? Now try to do that without moving your shoulders too much. Put your hands on your shoulders like this, and try just to bend and straighten the knee. Just bend and straighten the knee, bend and straighten the knee. Great. Awesome. Now, track the toe to the knee. That feels different in the hip and in the foot, doesn't it? Yes, yes, yes? Cool. So as we start, this is one of those things where as I walk and I take a step back, you see my knee, where my knee is. As I take that step back as a leader, I don't step back like this, right? As a follow, it doesn't matter that you have turnout, you're not stepping forward like this with your knee tracking it, right? So we want to think about tracking our knee to our center, which is my new favorite way to say it. Yes?
So what would be wrong about this going over, like, about not doing that? Would it look weird, or is it gonna?
So if I go 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5 and 6, 1, 2, 3, and 4, right? If, right, yeah, right. So this gives me rotation, helps me to work through the floor. Have you ever had a teacher say, work through your foot or work through the floor? Right, roll through the foot, right? So you're setting yourself up to work through the foot. When I tend to do this, I take my hips out of the picture, right? Take my hips out of the picture, and I'm just working through the knees. So you can see how that looks, right? When I track the knee forward, it gives me rotation, it helps me to work through the foot, and it looks different. Are you going to get a ticket if you do this, like the dance police?
Depends on if I'm there.
Right. There's no, so can you do it? Sure. And can you make choices to do it sometimes? Yes. Does that make sense? But as our timeless technique, what we want to understand is how I'm creating, I create rotation in my hips, right? So I get a little bit of rotation in my hips. I'm working through my knees and completely working through the foot, right? Here, no rotation in the hips, right? So I'm trying to engage my hips, I'm trying to use rotation, it helps with connection, and I'm trying to use the entirety of my foot. Does that make sense? Yeah? Did y'all get that? The other thing I want you to think about doing is I want you to think about, as you do this, sending energy out the back of your knee. Send energy out the back of your knee. So everybody say intent.
Intent.
Great. So my intent actually isn't the bending of the knee. My intent is the straightening of the other knee. That's my intent. Even though I'm pointing that knee forward, like Brandi and I had talked about, my intent, my energy is still thinking out the back of the knee, back of the knee, back of the knee, back of the knee. As opposed to the intent being the bent. So see, that's me thinking about the bend being my intent. I want the intent to be the straightening of the knee. The straight, right? So I'm sending energy out the back of my knee. Now again, this is the illusion though, right? Because what you see is the bending of the forward leg. So because we see the bending of the forward leg, that becomes our primary thought process. But actually, if you think about the straightening of the back leg, that can actually encourage the bending of the forward leg. Does that make sense? So your energy is backwards, which is going to help in what Brandi talks about here. If we go back to the thing, as she straightens that back leg, right? That she straightens that back leg, the energy going out the back of this knee is setting that hip, all of that into my hand. Yes, yes? Say yes.
Yes.
Great, okay, cool. So we understand a little bit about how we should think about where we're walking, right? So we have a little bit of turnout, right? A little bit of turnout, and we're understanding our pitch. We're understanding sending energy out the back of the knee, and that we don't track our knees to our toes in general. It doesn't mean you can't do it occasionally, but in general, we don't want to do that. And by the way, do it wrong. How different does it feel once you track your knees to your toes? Totally different, doesn't it? Right? So as opposed to having that track inwards. Right.
I was like,
awesome. All right, cool. So any questions about that so far?
Yes.
No? Yeah.
How does this change when we are leading and we're leading at the angle, taking a step at the angle versus straight back?
okay, so that's why I said you're going to think about where your knee bends relative to your center. So it doesn't matter where I am. My knee will bend in the dirt. So let's just say my partner is here and I finish here. I'm not going to bend my knee there. I'm going to bend my knee in the direction my center is facing. It turns with my center and then I step.
And that was hot, by the way.
Ladies, that's
Can
a
I
great
get
way.
an amen to anybody who just saw that happen? That was hot. Right.
Ladies,
so,
that's a great way to clean up your styling right there.
right. Did you see what she just did, ladies? She tracked her knee to her center, and then as her center moved, her knee moved with it.
I didn't see it.
Right.
Did you want me to do
know
that
what?
again?
I'm happy to have this. For the next hour, it's all good, Ben. By the way, I owe you a drink for that one later. Right. So, right.
So knee tracks to the center.
As the center moves.
Center turns. Step. Ta-da! Brings a tear to my eye.
So pretty. But yeah, like that's a timeless technique. Do you guys get that? You will all spend hours trying to figure that out.
But
right?
when you slow
it's a
it
simple
down,
rule. It's a simple
oh,
rule.
so easy.
Yeah.
So easy. So practicing effectively. This is a great one. Ladies, just turn to the side and think, okay, put your right hand out to your side. You're standing sideways. You're about to step with your right foot. So actually look down. bend that right knee in the direction your center is pointing. Now turn your center towards your right hand. The knee goes with it. Now take a step. That's a great way to practice just that concept and understanding how they relate, and then working that into your dancing.
And Mike, to piggyback that a little bit, so I was asked yesterday, somebody said, so what do you do with the whole stepping straight back concept, right? So where you always are supposed to step straight back. You know what's really funny about the stepping straight back? So I've done lots of research recently on the syllabization of West Coast Swing, on when it was first syllabatized and everything else. When it was first syllabatized and even called West Coast Swing. Like, first it was called Sophisticated Swing, and it was kind of in the 50s where we see it syllabatized for the first time. But the first time we actually see it in a syllabus as West Coast Swing isn't until the late 60s, right? So, and they say step straight back, but it doesn't say relative to the slot nor relative to your body, it just says straight back. So I'm gonna make a guess. I tell my leaders to step back relative to their body, not relative to the slot. So if I start to rotate my body, my knee tracks into my center, and this is straight back relative to my body, not relative to the slot. Does that make sense? So when I go 5 and 6, I make this rotation, that is straight back for me. Does that make sense? So, but what do? As this rotates, my knee rotates in with it. Exactly the same thing Brandi just said. Yeah. So when I prepare my pre-lead, which happens most of the time, right? Like, I'm a big fan of the pre-lead. When I'm preparing my body through shape to tell Brandi what side she's going to or anything else, as I prepare and I'm stepping what looks like back at an angle, it's back at an angle relative to the slot. It's straight back relative to my body. Did you all get that? Yes? By the way, that's my opinion. Just so you know. Other people might have a different opinion. That's my opinion, and now you know what it's based on. Right? So, all right. Yeah. Good. Any questions on that so far? Great. Okay, good. So now we're going to go into some other things for some timeless techniques. We're all going to do a box step. I wonder if we should do
facing
lines.
each other?
Yeah, let's make like lines this way, facing each other, like the Sharks and the Jets. Doesn't matter. It can be
Are you the
girls.
Sharks or the Jets?
When you're a Jet, I'll be the Jet.
Okay.
Right. So we're all going to do this, right? So everybody can see. So we're going to box step. So we'll all go left, just cause I'm a man, and so what?
Can't we mirror you so it's not weird?
You could.
Okay.
Right.
Let's not make this weird.
Let's not make this weird as you put your butt in my hand. So we're going to go forward. I'll go forward left. You guys will go forward right. So we're going to go forward.
We're going to go back.
Oh, you're going to do it backwards?
Yeah.
Oh, mirrored. Perfect. Got it. That wouldn't be mirror. I guess it would be mirror. Right. So wouldn't mirror you be coming forward? If we were in front of a mirror and I stepped, you would also step.
All right. So I'm going to...
So
I got nothing, you guys. I'm just going to go with this. Okay.
Right, so
we got to let him have one every once in a while, right?
So we're going to go forward. Everybody go. You guys go forward, right? We go forward, left, forward, side, together. Now go back, side, together. It's a box step. Do it again. Forward, side, together, back, side, again. Forward, side, together, back, one more time. Forward, side, together, back, side, together. Great. What dance is that?
No.
It's a box. It's a box step. It's no dance.
It's no dance.
It is no dance. But I just heard a bunch of people rattle off a couple of dances, right? So, in doing the box step, right, all we're doing is striking our foot into a shape that makes a box. Say yes.
Yes.
Right. What I do with my feet, my ankles, my knees, my hips, my ribs, my shoulders, my head, create what the dance is. Does that make sense? Yes. So if she were to go with me as opposed to mirroring me, right, and I were to use my ankles and my knees and my hips a certain way, right, that same box step would become what? Waltz, right? If I were to use my ankles, my knees, my hips, my ribs in a certain way, it would become what? Rumba. It's still just a box step. How I use my ankles, my knees, my hips, and my rib cage determine the dance. How I strike my foot, when I strike my foot, that's just timing. What I do after that makes the shape of the dance. Nod your heads if you got that. So I should be able to box step West Coast Swing. So it looks like West Coast Swing. Does that make sense? Because what I'm doing in my body neither looks like waltz nor rumba. Does that make sense? Yeah. We're making it look like West Coast Swing. Nod your heads if you get that. Yeah. Cool. But there's lots of common denominators about how we move forward, backward, and sideways. One of the reasons why you learn a box step first in ballroom is because you must learn to walk forward. You must learn to walk sideways. You must learn to walk backward.
So one of the things that's interesting is, and there's two approaches to teaching when you're teaching waltz, for example, is a lot of teachers will teach the steps and teach you to add rise and fall to the steps. Learning cha-cha, you'll learn how to do the steps, and then you'll learn to add Cuban motion to the steps, and that's my least favorite way of teaching and learning. I like to learn rise and fall, teach rise and fall, then add the steps to the rise and fall. Same thing with cha-chas. Learn how to do Cuban motion, add the steps to the Cuban motion as opposed to adding. So now what is to West Coast swing what rise and fall is to waltz and Cuban motion is to cha-cha? What is the motion of West Coast swing? Where is this dance brought to life? Where is the rhythm revealed? The feet, the ankle, and the knee. Okay, the foot, ankle, and knee. The rolling action of the foot, ankle, and knee is to West Coast swing what those other motions are to their respective dances. Meaning, if you're doing the dance without that, you're doing the steps, but you're not doing the dance. So that's the equivalent of us dancing a sugar push without any rolling. I'm doing the step, but I'm not doing the dance. Now, as soon as I add the rolling of the foot, ankle, and knee, now all of a sudden we have West Coast swing. Do you guys see the difference there? So,
Did you all get that? I think that's important. Yes? So the motion, what makes Cuban motion rise and fall for us, it's foot, ankle, knee, right? That foot, ankle, knee action that we use, that's what starts to define West Coast swing to look like West Coast swing.
So now how many of you have been told by a teacher that we roll through our feet in West Coast swing? That's awesome, true. But one thing that I find interesting is, nobody talks about this, I can't roll into a foot that I didn't roll out of. Okay, so the quality of how I place my foot on the floor largely depends on how I pull my foot off of the floor. So what I see a lot of people do is they pick up a flexed foot, and then they can't get any roll through the foot or the ankle, and they don't know why. So when we're doing a box step like this, my primary focus is how am I getting the foot off of the floor? Because that determines how I place it on the floor. Does that make sense to you guys? So I have to roll out of a foot in order to roll into it. Laura, you had a question. You didn't? You were just waving at me?
No, I was thinking. I do that.
I like people who think with their hands.
Right. So let's try a box step again. And there's a couple things I want us to think about as we go into the box step. One, as I prepare my weight onto my standing leg, prepare your weight onto your standing leg, I want you to think, like Brandi just said, what does it feel like to basically peel or lift my foot that I'm about to move with off the floor?
Rolling out of the foot.
As I commence to walk forward, which we're all going to do, as I commence to take that forward step, right? I'll go left, you guys will go right on that side. As I commence to take that forward step, I want you to understand that you're pitched forward. Your head will go first. Your head will go first. But at some point, the foot must get ahead of the head. Watch. As I take a step, the foot must catch up. Does that make sense? We would say that the foot speed gets faster than the head speed. So the foot speed must, so that looks different than when I do this. Does that make sense? But that happens a lot in West Coast swing. Ladies go 5 and 6, 1, right? Guys do it going backwards, 5 and 6, 1, where we're catching ourselves, right? I don't want you to catch. So we're not doing waltz, cha-cha, or West Coast swing, or rumba. We're just going to take the head first a little bit. We're going to take that forward step. The foot's going to catch up, and we're going to take that step. As I take a side step, we're all going to go this way in a second. If I take my head first to that side step, I lose any sort of power. A side step, like a back step, must prepare the foot first. So in this instance, my head will not go in that direction. The foot will prepare, and then I will push. Right? Close and collect, change weight, right? Feel what that feels like to roll through the foot underneath yourself, yes? Now, we're going to go back. As I go back, same thing. I don't take my head weight back, I take the foot back. My head weight will actually go forward, right? To take that foot back, take the step, right? Same thing with the side step. Don't take your foot, take the head, then push to it. Great. Collect underneath, collect underneath. Now when I go forward, I will commence head movement first. Head, then foot. Now it's foot first. Foot, then the hip, then the head. Collect underneath, go back, foot, then the hip, then the head. Sideways, foot, then the hip, then the head. Collect underneath, head, then the foot. Do you guys feel that? We are asymmetrical. We are different in the front than we are in the back. If you don't believe me, feel around. Yourself, by the way, not the person next to you. So how we move forward is different than how we move backward and side to side. How we move forward is how we are built to move forward. We are not built to move backward
It
or
would be
sideways.
opposite if we were flamingos.
Opposite if we were flamingos, right?
Right?
It's true, right. So our knees only bend in one direction. They can bend the other way, but what? Only once. That's right. So, so our knees bend in one direction, right? So how I move forward and backward, it doesn't make sense to me when teachers say, we move forward this way, so that means that's how we move backward. What? That makes no sense. My head doesn't turn around. My knees don't flip around. I have these platforms called feet that don't go all the way around, right? The physics sentence for the human machine is we are a two-spoked, disproportionately weighted, forward-propelling object. Two-spoked, disproportionately weighted, forward-propelling object. That's the physics.
Write that down. There's a test later.
Right, there's a test later, right. So the idea, two spokes, what are our spokes? Our legs. Disproportionately weighted, what does that mean? We're frontally weighted. All of our weight is forward of our spine. Our pelvis comes forward of our spine. Our rib cage comes forward of our spine. Our head weight is forward of our spine. I don't care how big your butt is, your weight is forward of your spine. Yes? So we're disproportionately weighted. Forward propelling. We are built to push forward. Nod your heads if you get that. So that's how we move. So, but in dancing and in movement, right, we have to move sideways and backward. So we have to understand that it's different. Nod your heads if you get that. Yes, kind of, sort of. So we're going to do this one more time. And by the way, it doesn't matter when I take my strike, if I walk forward and I put the foot way out there ahead of time, like way out there ahead of time, or if I get it there a little bit later, at some point the foot does catch up and gets ahead of the head speed at some point. Does that make sense? So whether I'm doing rumba, where I'm going to strike at 80% weight transfer to the strike of the beat, or waltz, where I'm going to strike at 50% weight transfer to the strike of the beat, the foot will get ahead of the head speed. Yes, yes? Say yes.
Time.
Great.
Time out. Yes.
Sure. Yes, Nancy. Are we doing we're supposed to do a half-hour break, aren't we? All right. Yeah, let's finish the box step and then we'll take a break. Great, cool.
I'm not ready for a break yet.
You're not ready for a break? I know. I feel like we're just rolling. All right, so let's try that. Yes.
Yes, if you're going to talk about this later, wave me off. For everyone who's ever been told that their steps are too big, what is the right size step?
Oh.
Go ahead. So that was so great. She turned to me like, I want this one.
Can I
want
take
this
it?
one.
Can I
Yeah,
take
go
it?
ahead.
Can I
That's
take
fine.
it?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's fine.
How many of you ladies have been told your steps are too big? Okay. So I don't believe that if you step properly, you're going to have too big of a step. I believe you can step incorrectly, which can lead to a step that's too large, but we have to correct the problem, not the symptom. Okay? So in West Coast Swing, we push out of our sending foot, we don't push off of our sending foot. And let me explain the difference. When I push off of my sending foot, I push before I land, which is for distance, drive, power. Okay? I use that in my ballroom, I use that in my foxtrot, I use that in my waltz, where I push before I land so that there's that little bit of hang time in between the feet. In my rhythm dances, including West Coast Swing, I push out of the back foot, which means I push after I land, and that is for balance and control.
Did y'all get that? Push after you land. Did y'all get that? When do you push?
After.
This is so
Which is
big.
pushing out of the foot, not off of the foot. So 9 times out of 10, when a woman is being told she's taking too big of steps, it's because she's pushing off of the back foot instead of out of the back foot. So it's the timing of the push. Then if you disrupt your posture or your pitch, you can sometimes end up with too big of a step. So that's another backtrack. But more often than not, it's the timing of the push off the back foot. You're giggling. Why?
I'm laughing because I'm a linebacker. So what am I supposed to do in football?
Yes, you have to go, move.
Yes.
But it's, so I want you guys to feel that with me as I want you to take, this is not how you're going to do a forward walk, but I want you to do this with me. I want you to place your right foot, yes, even you gentlemen, place your right foot in front of you. Now drop the front heel so that you are weighted 50-50. Now push with the back foot.
Did y'all hear her say drop the front of the heel? That's important.
So we're going to place that front foot. We're going to drop that heel to 50-50 and then push with the back foot. So you can see that it's that push after I land that really creates that balance and control, also lending to that grounded feel, and that's going to prevent you from taking too big of a step.
Cool. So let's go back to the box step one more time, right? Thinking about the same thing, what Brandi just said. So we strike the foot, we push to it on the forward step. Everybody take a forward step,
Oh, sorry.
Right, side step, side, right, collect, back step. Remember the foot goes first, side step, foot goes first, collect, underneath, forward step, head then foot, side step, foot, then the rest, collect. Feel that roll through, push back, side, collect. By the way, when I collect, one of the things we can add to this is as I collect, make sure you track your knee. Feel what it feels like to land the inside edge of the ball of the foot, right? So we can start to incorporate all the exercises we just talked about, right? So as I'm doing the forward step, forward, side, side. As I collect, make sure that knee's tracking forward. Then roll to that foot as you feel that, sending energy out the back of the knee. Now reach the foot back, right? Now do me a favor, reach that foot back and take the knee to the foot. Feel what that feels like. Now track that knee in. So you're on the inside edge of the ball of that foot, right? As you step to it, right? Go to the side, same thing. From here, do me a favor, as you go to the side, track the knee to the foot. Track the knee to your partner as you reach out. See how that sends you to the inside edge of the ball of the foot? Come back in, tracking the knee. So we can talk about how we go forward, side, back, right? How the foot and the head weight work, right? And we can also work the exercise of tracking the knee to our center. Yes?
And if you really want to add one more layer, just take your hands and place them on those hip flexors. So as you're moving, you can feel that your pitch is staying intact. If you feel your hip flexors pushing forward, you're going to know that you're starting to lose your pitch and pitch back. You want to feel that slight angle, that depression in the hip flexors.
Yeah. Now, you could, if you wanted to, take your hips forward. You could play with this.
Yes.
Take your hips forward, right? And do that same step, right? And step to the side, and everything would feel keeping your hips forward, keep your hips forward, keep your hips forward, everything exactly the same, right? With the hips forward. A couple things you should know before we let you guys go, right? So put your feet together. Everybody do me a favor and flex your quadriceps. That's the front of your legs. It's the front of your thighs. Twitch them. You can all twitch them. You all have the ability to twitch that. You'll feel it probably at the top of your knee. Say yes if you can do that,
yes.
Right? Relax that. Relax the front. Now squeeze your butt. You can all do that. You can flex the the glutes, right? You can twitch that muscle. Say yes.
Yes.
Okay, relax the butt, relax the quadriceps. Now do that exact same twitch to your hamstrings. That's the back of your thighs. It's physically impossible. It's physiologically impossible. You cannot twitch the hamstring. You can't engage that muscle. That muscle only gets engaged if one of two ligament sections become broke. Right? Or I have to have a break in them. Those two ligament segments are your Y ligaments, like basically your hip flexors, and the back of your knee. One of those two must be broke. So if I'm here like this, everybody go like this, right? Anybody know what this is called? International ready position. That's right. International ready position, right? Because in sports, I'm ready to do something. What am I ready to do? Move in any direction, right? Now from there, if you reach back and feel your hamstrings being stretched, it's being engaged. If I drive my hips forward and straighten my knee, the hamstring disengages. You should be able to wiggle it, right? As I start to bend back down, it starts to engage, right? It's one of the reasons why in rhythm dances, there's always a break in the hip, right? Because they dance on straight legs. In smooth dancing, they keep this flat and they're always broke in the knee. One of those two ligament sections must be affected to be able to use my hamstrings, which are the most important muscle to be able to push. Nod your heads if you get that. Cool? So it's just an understanding. It's understanding that I must have a break in one of these two sections to be able to use the entirety of my leg to be able to walk. Say yes.
Yes.
Great, awesome. So as you go into the box step, right, thinking about that break in the Y ligament, as Brandi just talked about, using that hip flexor, that's going to be our standard go-to for West Coast swing, right? This is our standard pitch for basic West Coast swing, right? That doesn't mean you couldn't, at an advanced level, play a little bit with this and feel what that feels like, right? And still take that same box step. Does that make sense? Yeah? But what has to happen to make that happen? The hips have to go forward, not the upper body going back. Nod your heads if you get that. Kind of, sort of, maybe. So just taking a simple box. How many of you learned to box when you first learned ballroom? Right. You learned to box. Why? Because there's lots you can learn from a box step. It's as important as ballet port-a-bras. Like understanding what it means to go to the bar, right? Going back to the box. We can go to the box for lots of reasons, even in West Coast swing, which doesn't feel like a dance we would do in the box, so to speak. Yes? You want to add anything to that? Great. So we'll come back and we're going to talk about percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat and all that kind of stuff. So we're supposed to take a half hour.
Okay, great.
Yes?
Yep.
So we're supposed to take a half hour, so we'll come back at 7:35. Yes? Great. Big round of applause. Nice job.
To the Sharks and the Jets.
When you're a Jet. This could be what? A love story, right?
All right, so as you were rolling things around in your brain during the break, does anybody have any questions about what we covered at the beginning of class? Feeling pretty good with it? Yes.
Okay, so we talk about the tipping,
Yes.
then we talk about the pitch.
Yes.
Right.
So am I flat here before I pitch or after I pitch?
You're flat there while you pitch. So the question was, and this can be a little bit confusing, we were talking about carrying the pelvis level, and then we're talking about that pitch. Now when I pitch forward, see, I really feel like I move my hips back for my pitch versus taking my shoulders forward, so that's part of it. But I feel like if you imagine your body as 4 blocks, head, shoulders, ribs, hips, I feel like I take this block and I slide it back. I don't tip it out from underneath me, so I shouldn't feel any pinch in the low back. Does that make sense? I don't feel like I'm taking my hip bones and dropping them forward.
If you think too, there's this huge confusion that posture has something to do with my relativity to being perpendicular to the floor. It doesn't.
No.
So posture has nothing to do with being straight up and down to the floor, right? Posture is all about hips relative to chest, relative to head, relative to shoulders, right? That's what posture, if you were to go to an osteopath or a chiropractor or Feldenkrais or Alexander technician, any structural posture alignment type science will tell you that posture is the relation between my pelvis, my ribs, my head, and my shoulders, not relative to straight up and down to the floor. So if I do this, I'm like this is still good posture, right? This is bad posture. This is bad posture. This is still good posture. Right? So even though I'm at an angle, it's still good posture. Once I've aligned my blocks, like Brandi talked about, I can actually manipulate those blocks, right? As long as we try to keep them stacked over each other. Does that make sense? Did you all get that? Kind of, sort of, maybe? So people say all the time, well, do Lindy Hoppers have bad posture? Well, a bad Lindy Hop has bad posture, just like bad West Coast Swing has bad posture, right? So I love it when people go, Lindy Hoppers have such bad posture. And I'm like, really? Because you're looking like this right now. So good posture is good posture, and it's not relative to being straight up and down. Does that make sense? Nod your heads if you get that. Cool? Great.
All right, so any other questions? Okay, so I'm gonna just go ahead talking about like bad Lindy Hop versus bad West Coast Swing or bad anything. I've kind of been thinking about the process that we go through to learn West Coast Swing, and this is gonna sound like a very harsh statement, but I'm just gonna say it. In my opinion, West Coast Swing dancers lack physical discipline. Sorry about it, but let that sink in for a second. We lack physical discipline. We don't come into this dance and have a syllabus where we are trained from the ground up with posture and foot positions and basic drills and the way we carry our body, the way we move an arm, the way we move our head. Like, we are started with, here's a sugar push, now go play. And I think of West Coast Swing, it's a dance genre, it's not a dance discipline. Ballet is a dance discipline. Ballroom is a dance discipline. So a lot of our most disciplined dancers in West Coast Swing got their discipline elsewhere. Okay? Now, does that mean you have to go train in another style to cultivate physical discipline? No. But if you want it in West Coast Swing, you're gonna have to go find it. Nobody's gonna hand it to you. Okay, so as we're working through these drills, I want you to think of it from the standpoint of physical discipline. One of my biggest frustrations is watching a room full of students, or even in a private lesson where I'm giving someone drills and they're just kind of, well, I'm doing triple steps. Oh, no, you're not. Okay, I want you to take the time to mentally go through the discipline of moving your body exactly the way you want it to move. So I just want you to tuck that in the back of your brain as we're moving through classes. Think about what it's going to take for you to cultivate physical discipline. And if you think in your mind, I know you can right now picture the dancers that are disciplined. There's a very different look. Yes? Somebody just pointed at me, and I'm going to say thank you. But mine did not come. You guys, I did not start dancing as a little girl. I never did ballet. I never did jazz. I started as a young adult in country dancing, and then most of my discipline came from ballroom. So it's not that you have to start dancing as a child to get it, but you have to go out and seek it. Yes? Okay.
All right, so let's go back to this now. So just to remind ourselves one more time, because we're going to change it up a little bit. Let's do the box step one more time. I'll go forward left, you go forward right on that side. So we're going to go forward, side, together, ready, go. Forward, side, together, back, side, together. Okay, great. So just to remind ourselves as we all start moving again. Now let's talk about percentage of weight to the strike of the beat. Percentage of weight to the strike of the beat. Say that.
Percentage of weight to the strike of the beat.
Great. So percentage of weight to the strike of the beat. What the heck does that mean? So as I walk, if I just walk, right, my percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat is what? 50%. 50%. When you walk, you strike 50%. Does that make sense? So lots of times people think 100%. 100% weight transfer to the strike of the beat would require me to jump.
Or fall.
Or fall, right, exactly. Jump or fall, which could be one and the same.
Take your
pick. Right, so 50% weight transfer to the strike of the beat is how we walk. I strike at 50%, and then my body carries the rest of the way. Nod your heads if you get that. Great. Now lots of dances determine percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat. Very specific. In American rhythm, they'll say 70 to 80% weight transfer to the strike of the beat.
I thought you were going to say 78%, and I was going to be really impressed.
Right, exactly,
Okay.
right. So 70 to 80% of your weight to the strike of the beat. In waltz, right, it's going to be 50%. I remember David Hamilton giving me a lesson one time. He's a many-time American smooth champion. And in closed position, we had to get to the strike of the beat, and then I had to go straight down and touch my knee and come straight up while in closed position. I still hate him to this day. But
the fact that you can do that is impressive.
all right, got it.
Well done.
So only once.
Okay.
Right. So now the idea, right? The idea of percentage weight transfer to the strike of the beat is important for us, right? So because relative to the speed that we want to step, right? Relative to how much space is left after we take our step is important to us because we dance to such a wide range of beats per minute. So when I'm dancing to slow blues, taking an 80% weight transfer to the strike of the beat is going to feel really weird to me because I'm going to have lots of time left over, right? But taking a 20% weight transfer to the strike of the beat at something at 130 beats per minute is going to be crazy. So what we do in West Coast Swing, we vary our percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat relative to the songs that we're dancing to, relative to the speed that we learn it. Now, when I learned West Coast Swing for the first time in 1987, yes, so I started dancing in 1985, started doing West Coast Swing in 1987. So when I first learned West Coast Swing, right, you learned it at about 110 beats per minute. And you danced it socially right around 120, 130, right? So we danced it fast. Right? Now you learn it at like 80 beats per minute and you dance it socially at like 100 beats per minute. So even the social level of West Coast Swing, where we dance it timing-wise, is slower than you used to learn West Coast Swing. You all with me on this? Yeah. Now the important part about that too, like one of the things, is how we take foot action. We used to always strike the foot to 70 to 80% in West Coast Swing on your 1-2. Why? Because we were dancing fast. So you had to get there. It was much closer to Lindy Hop and or East Coast Swing, whatever you want to say, than it was what we're doing now. So the idea of the ball lead or a heel lead or a toe release, lots of times those actually are tools that teachers use to vary your percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat. You with me on this? Great. What I want all of us to do, I'll put my weight on my left, you put your weight on your right, put the other foot to the side. So there's no weight on the pointed foot. No weight on the pointed foot. Great. So what you're going to do is you're going to slowly shift to 10% of your weight to the struck foot. 10%. Great. Now go 20, 20, 30, 30, 40, 40. At 50, rock back and forth so you're equally weighted. Right? When you go to 60, you're about to go to 60 in that direction. When you do, make sure it starts at the hip, not at the head. Right? So go 60, 60, 70, 80, 90. At 100, that other foot can move. You with me on this? Say yes.
Yes.
At this point, your hips should be level. Check yourself. We don't want to be here, right? Take your head to the outside of your foot. Feel what that feels like. Go back to it. There we go. Great.
Your vertical axis should be perpendicular to the floor at this point. Don't worry about your leg being straight.
Now from there, go 10 again. 10, 20, 30, 40. Always stop at 50 just to feel what that feels like. Great. Make sure 60 goes to the hip. 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. The foot's released.
Good. May I jump in?
You bet.
Okay. So, in my opinion, West Coast Swing is mostly about weight transfers. controlling weight transfers, managing weight transfers.
Yes.
What we're talking about when we talk about weight transfers is in West Coast Swing, we are talking about what happens in between beats. Yes. We don't have rise and fall. We don't have swing and sway. We don't have Cupid motion. Those are things that occupy time. The time is determined by the music.
Did y'all get that? This is so big. Did you all get that? We don't have swing and sway, and we don't have Cupid motion to occupy what happens in between the beats.
When music is slower, we have more time in between beats. When music is faster, we have less time. So what we're looking to do is rather than space out each action, we're trying to stretch the duration of an action in order to suit the amount of time we have to execute it. Yes? That's why we have to manipulate our rate of weight transfer. Okay?
What makes a dancer isn't what happens on the beat. What makes you look like a dancer is what happens in between the beats. So if I go 1, 2, what happened on 1 and what happened on 2 isn't what made me look like a dancer. 1, 2. What I did in between is what made me look like a dancer. Now in waltz and rumba, they give you what to do in between the beats to define that dance. We don't give you what to do in between the beats to define that dance. Does that make sense? So what we can do is manipulate weight of rate transfer so that we have something to do in between, which is the travel to the next foot. Nod your heads if you get that.
Now, this seems like this is not just about styling. This is about timing.
Yes.
How many of you have noticed that when you watch a novice Jack and Jill, a lot of people appear to be ahead of the music? How many of you are noticing that?
She just goes, that's me.
That's me.
She
That's
just goes,
me.
that's me.
That's
That's
me.
awesome. That's awesome.
The majority of the time, it's because a dancer executes their weight transfer too quickly. They have nothing to do, so they pick their free foot up off of the floor, and now gravity has a say in their timing, and gravity is terrible at that.
Gravity has no rhythm.
Gravity has no rhythm. So
Hashtag gravity has no rhythm. That's what we should.
So if we reduce our rate of weight transfer and we're spending more time in between beats, keeping our free foot on the floor longer, we're less likely to lose our balance and be catching ourselves off time. Are you with me?
So here's what we're going to do. So put your weight left, right over there, right. I'm going to go 5, 6, 7, 8. On 5, 6, 7, 8, when we strike 1, we're all going to shift to that other foot, and I want to strike at 20%. So we're going to go to 20% to this other side. 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Now we're going to finish that weight transfer as I count and, ready, go. And, right, so there's lots to do before you could then put that other foot in step 2. 2. Does that make sense? So go back. So same thing, 20%. 6, 7, 8, 1. Finish it and step 2. 2. Lots to do in between. Now go back. Now I'm going to go 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. On 1, I want 80% to that foot. 5, 6, 7, 8, 1. Go and not much left to do before you then can step your 2. Does that make sense? Not much left to do. You all with me on this? That's the important part about understanding manipulating that percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat. Because if I'm dancing to really slow blues and I step at 80% weight transfer to the strike of the beat, I got lots of time to do nothing.
Lots of time, and as a dancer, you don't want to stand still. You will move something.
Right, your body will feel the need to move, and you're going, especially if you're dancing to, which we'll get in tomorrow, 6/8 or 12/8 time. Right, so slow blues lots of times is 6/8 and 12/8 time, and it has this sub rhythm that feels like we want to go fast. And so you take the step and then you want to move. So the idea of manipulating that weight transfer, right, is a big deal. So we're all going to do this now. We're going to step forward, forward.
Oh gosh,
I know.
I'm such a follow.
I know, right? So step forward, together, then back, together. Do that again. Forward, together, back, together. Again, forward, together, back, together. One more time. Forward, together, back, together. Okay, so now what's going to happen is we're going to strike that forward foot. We're going to strike that forward foot at about 40%. So about 40%. 40%, then carry yourself to it. Strike the next foot to 40. 40%. Go back to 40. 40%. Go to 40. 40. I wonder if we can make that 20. Make that 20%. Strike to 20%. 20%, go to 20%, 20%, and 20. So if I went boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doo-doo-doo, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom. So that's the rhythm, and you went boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doo, da-da, slow, da-da, da-da, to 20%, da-da, da-da. Now go 80%, ba-da, ba-da, ba-da-da-da, ba-da. Go 20, da-da-da, 20, ba-dum, ba-dum, ba-da-da-da. Slow it down with the weight transfer, da-da-dum, boom, ba-dum, ba-dum. Go back to it fast, 80%, boom, ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-da-da-da, boom. Like, there's nothing else to do, is there? Some of you in here that ballroom training were like, that's fine, I'll do something else.
I can keep myself busy.
I can make myself do this, right? Cool. But we don't do that in our dance, do we? Right? That we don't ask for that in our dance. Nod your heads if you get that. Cool? But if I went boom, tack-a-doom, 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 tack-a-boom, tack-a-doom, tack-a-doom. Here you go. And boom, back-a-doom, 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 back. You better get to that foot, right? Make it 20. Like, good luck with that, right? So that's not going to happen. You with me on that? So in that instance, you're going to have to get to 80 or 90% weight transfer to the strike of that beat, the faster the music goes. Nod your heads if you get that. Kind of, sort of, maybe. So weight transfer, huge for us. And because we don't regulate genre nor beats per minute, you need to play with this.
Err on the side of slower rather than faster.
Yes.
Err on the side of slower. I can always take up space that I haven't yet taken up. I can't give back space I've already filled. Okay, so I'm always going to err on the side of slower because it's easier to speed up. Now, a question I get from my follows a lot is, how do I dance a 20% rate of weight transfer without looking reluctant in my movement? Because that is something that I see a lot of ladies do, is they move forward like, and there's this reluctance to their movement, and much of that comes from pitch. Much of that comes from pitch. When I move forward on one, I don't worry about getting onto my right foot. I only worry about getting off of my left.
Do y'all get that? By the way, for the record, leaders, would you say the same?
Yes.
I don't worry about getting onto my left. I worry about pushing out of my right.
I just want to get
I'm thinking
off
far more
of
about my right than I am about my left.
So I think of my vertical center, if I think of that axis, if I imagine that my vertical center was drawing a little red laser pointer dot on the floor wherever my center was, when I say center, I'm talking about that axis. On count one, when the beat hits, which you have to understand that timing is just about foot strike. Timing is foot strike. It doesn't matter how much weight is over the foot when it strikes. That has nothing to do with timing.
Do y'all get that? Timing is about foot strike.
I can have 0% of my weight on that foot. I can have 100% of my weight on that foot. But if that foot is striking on the beat, that's timing. Okay, so on the wah of one, my center is actually on the floor in front of the toes of my left foot. It's not on my right foot yet. It's not still on the left foot. It's somewhere in between, depending on how much weight I'm transferring. Does that make sense? So it's moved off of the left, but not onto the right.
Do y'all want to try that? Yeah, so I'm going to be behind the ball of my foot as I strike the wah of one. As I strike the wah of one, I'm just leaving the ball of that foot, right? So I'm not back in here. I'm not behind the heel yet. Does that make sense? This is too far back for me.
Why is it different? Because...
And the foot's already prepared.
Yes.
Right. Exactly.
Moving forward, my center initiates when I move back. Yes.
She still has the ability to push at this point because she still has a ball. She still has the ball of this foot.
Yes.
Right. Yeah, so in order to push, for that last second that I got to push, I got to be able to still be on the ball of the foot. Does that make sense? So I got to still be on the ball of the foot, which means that my head weight needs to still exist somewhere as close as it can to over the standing leg as possible. So you're going to see when I take my one, I'm over the standing leg for a long period of time before we move, right? Very rarely is my one, boom, that. Where my foot's always, I'm managing the standing leg, yes? As much as I can. What's interesting about that for the leaders, as we talk about this, is I'm always about common denominators. I love that Kyle looks different than Jordan, looks different than me, Brandi looks different than Tatiana, looks different than Lorene, looks different than Courtney, right? So I like all of that. I like that about our dance, yes? So, like when you watch the top 10 Latin couples in the world, they all pretty much look the same.
They look exactly
right?
the same.
Because the technique is to the minutia, right? That the personal styling doesn't really get to go in until they do their show dance. I like that about our dance. But that doesn't mean that there's not some common denominators. So let's just take Kyle and Jordan for a second. They look very different, the two of them, right? So Jordan does his whole triple slide slap thing before he moves, right? Kyle does his open up anchor before he moves. Yes? So Kyle is in here, right? So he opens this up with his big smile on his face, right? Jordan. So don't have an arm line? Hide it. No, I'm kidding. Right, so Jordan does this whole like, as he moves right into that. So there's a couple of things about the two of them. So as Jordan does his slide slap and takes that step as he goes, and Kyle opens up as he goes, the common denominator there is they both use rotation to maintenance. Listen to this. They both use rotation to maintenance their standing leg. One just rotates in a different direction than the other. One uses CBM and one doesn't, right? So Jordan, as he does his triple step and his slide slap, he rotates to his right. He maintenances his right leg for as long as he can before he takes that step. Kyle opens up to his opens up flat in his body and uses a technique called spooling, where he rotates to his left to maintenance that for as long as he can. Both are trying to stand on their right leg as long as they possibly can before they move to their left. So that their priority in their one is their standing leg, not the leg they're going to. So for me, that's the takeaway for me as a leader. That's the common denominator, is managing my standing leg for as long as I possibly can
Mike has a question.
before I take that step. Both use rotation to maintenance their standing leg. Does that make sense? Cool? So boom, common denominator. So when you look at the two of them, you go, oh, they're so different. Not really. Right? They're both empowering a standing leg before they move. Yes, yes? Cool. All right.
Absolutely. I mean, as a follow, what you'll notice about the top, actually,
The question was, does that translate to follows?
Okay, I'm going to back up for a second real quick because Robert said something really cool talking about the diversity you'll see at the top level. How many of you are aspiring to be champions someday? I hope all the hands go up. I hope everybody's hands go up. Okay.
Come on.
Because you should be. If you want to train and you want to study, why not shoot for the top? There is no reason, don't count yourself out for any reason, you guys. But one thing I will tell you is that if you imagine a champions Jack and Jill with 10 chairs out there for the leaders and 10 chairs out for the followers, you can't wait for a chair to be empty. You have to give this community a reason to set out an 11th chair, which means you have to bring something that nobody else is bringing. Because one thing you will notice, if you look at Jordan, if you look at Kyle, if you look at Robert, if you look at Benji, if you look at Ben, they are not interchangeable on any level. They are so different. The way they move, the way they approach the music, the way they attack this dance is so different that I don't feel like I could pull Robert out of a dance and put another dancer in and get anywhere close to the same dance, even with the same follow to the same song. So as you're exploring this, what we're giving you today in the concept of timeless techniques, in the concept of connection, is how you find that starting level off of which you're going to build your swing, not someone else's. Yes? Okay, so now talking about managing my weight or maintaining my weight, one thing that a lot of people don't understand is when we talk about the rhythmic value of a step, it's not about how quickly I get on the step, it's about how long I stay on it. And so what you're talking about with these guys is it's not just about stability, it's not just about lead, it's about giving proper rhythmic value to the step by staying on the step. And that's the same thing I do. And one thing you'll notice about all the top follows is they get to their heel. And that's because they stay to that left foot for as long as they can, which creates that stretch until it's time to go. So a lot of times when people talk about stretch, they are trying all sorts of things in their body to create stretch. And to me, the only stretch I care about is within the partnership. So what I like to do is I personally like to take my entire body, rock it back over that heel, and move off of it. Now, Tatiana doesn't do it that way. She likes to actually kick her hips back over her heel as her shoulders are changing direction, and that's the way she gets to that heel to power out of it to move forward. But there's different, like Sarah actually goes more down into the knee and swings the hip to the heel to power out of it. But they're all using the heel in order to move themselves. Does that make sense? Yes.
It does, but I feel like I heard something badly.
Okay.
So you said that you want to take everything, the whole body,
Yes.
back over the heel.
Yes.
Does that not then mean that you are both pitched and poised backwards?
No, because what are my priorities? My posture, pitch, poise, and position are never affected. So when I say I take my whole body back over the heel, this relationship stays so that the shoulders are in front of the hips.
It doesn't do this.
If I take so I'm taking the entire unit, swinging it back rather than tipping the hips. That's the distinction.
By the way, that's a big distinction because, like, I've had this discussion with people that have, like, even taken a class from Brandi. Michelle and I had this, right, where she took a group class where she heard take everything back over to the heel, and then she came to me and she was putting her head over her heel, and she's like, well, Brandi told me to do this. I said, no, she didn't, right? So
Robert has picked up the phone.
So I called her. I called her. It's true. I was like, I'm calling her right now. I'm in the middle of a private. Brandy's like, hello. I was like, okay, listen. And she's like, no. It's still pitched forward and poised back. It was hip weight over the heel, right? And I just took all of that hip weight over the heel. I had everything feeling like it was going back over that foot without changing the alignment and the pitch. Right, it's true.
Yes.
True.
Well, and that's one of the reasons I teach pitch and posture and poise.
Right, first.
And say that first because it prevents silly mistakes. Meaning, if I know that the relationship between my shoulders and my hips doesn't change, then I can take my hips as far back as I want, still maintaining that alignment. Yes?
But is not completing your triple like kind of why you would take that body weight instead of letting that go to your feet?
What do you mean by not completing your triple?
I was just going to say that. What does that mean?
Yeah, so like right now we're talking about the brainerd transfer completing to the floor and waiting, so not getting there or choosing when you strike.
Uh-huh.
But is it being ahead of the beat, which kind of makes you say, go through that transfer without letting it get to your hip?
I'm not sure I'm understanding.
I'm not sure I'm getting what you're asking. So are you saying if we're ahead of the beat,
I was asking if that caused that. So if I'm trying to be ahead of the beat, is that why I might not let it get to my feet? Okay, good.
No, I'm trying to wrap my head around it.
Based on what you're doing, you're taking your head this way, so your foot is striking and you're falling to that. So before we do anything, I wouldn't want that to happen, right? So I would want to make sure that, like, if I'm going to release to this foot, that releases that foot, not this, right? So the head weight doesn't go, because as soon as I lose my head, put your weight on foot. Everybody put your weight on foot. Put the other foot next to it, right? Take your head to the side and catch yourself. Great. Go back. Take your head to the side and catch yourself. What does gravity have? No. Rhythm. Gravity has no rhythm, right? So as soon as I'm off beat, gravity has no rhythm. As soon as my head leaves the standing foot, if the next foot isn't placed, I lose all ability to control rate. Did y'all hear that? As soon as my head leaves a foot and the other foot isn't already placed, right, I lose all ability to control rate. Now, if the other foot's placed, I can use the other foot to help control rate. Does that make sense? So if my head, so as you did this and you went like this, you took your head off and then took that step. So that's going to be fast. You're going to be too fast to that strike. You're actually not going to get to control much of that strike. Does that make sense? So I don't know what your question was, but what you did bothered me enough to say, don't do that, right? So that we don't
I
take
answered
the head
something.
and then the foot, right, exactly.
Just a quick follow-up.
Yes.
That translates the rotation maintenance and the standing leg.
I don't always use rotation.
Okay, so
Right.
that was my question.
Nor do you have to.
So instead of using rotation, do you use a different, where do you direct your energy as you're spinning? So sending your shadow back to
So there are so many. The question was, what am I using to manage my weight over that standing leg. Robert was talking about the use of rotation. I use the movement of body weight. I'm rolling through that foot, taking my hips back to the heel until the moment it's time for me to move forward. So I'm regulating my weight transfer to fill that space. There are other ways I can do it. That's how I dance it in my basic. We're going to talk about that a little bit more in connection, talking about the swing and the peak of swing. But what is most important is that you guys are aware of the time that you're spending on your standing leg.
Right.
However you end up doing it, whether you're using rotation, you're using body weight, however you're doing it, but you have to be aware of the time that you're spending on your standing leg, and you have to give yourself something to do. Okay, so he's talking about the way Kyle and Jordan use rotation to fill that time.
Right.
Or you can be using weight transfer to fill that time.
Because I can easily do this. I could think about this going straight back, straight back, straight back, straight back, straight back to fill that time, right? I could use rotation to fill it, fill it, fill it. I could rotate back this way. There's multiple ways that I can fill that space, right? And we in West Coast Swing don't determine what that is.
Yes.
Right? So we let that be part of what creates the style for you. Yeah, did y'all get that? Okay, so any questions about percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat and why it's important? All right, so let's talk foot strike a little bit.
Yes.
Right? I'll let you talk.
Okay. So I dance a toe strike moving forward, and that is actually less popular now than a heel strike. And it just comes down to the look. I like a very feminine look, but you can get it either way. So one of my favorite lines on a woman is a nice extended ankle. Okay? This is one of the reasons that I don't love when people are dancing in shoes that don't give them that flexibility. So I really want to get nice extension of the ankle. And so when I walk forward as a follow, I love to follow through with a toe strike. Now, I've had a lot of people say to me, well, I can't do a toe strike, or I can't roll through the foot and continue moving forward. And I said, tell that to a Latin dancer. Okay, it doesn't matter that I do a toe strike. I can still continue moving forward. I don't have to heel strike to do that. Now, I don't mind a heel strike. I don't believe a heel strike is wrong. I believe that a heel strike can be danced wrong and a toe strike can be danced wrong. Right. Okay? The way a heel strike is wrong is when you are flexing the foot to get to it. And that's what I'm seeing a lot of right now. So a lot of times follows are told you should do a heel strike, so their tendency is to flex that foot to get there. I still want to see the roll out of the foot regardless of what part of the foot is going to strike first. So if you want to dance a heel strike, my preferred method is still extension of the ankle, then you release the toe just a split second before the heel hits, and if you're doing it properly, I shouldn't even know the difference.
Right. There's the key, right? So the three strikes that you, if any of you have ballroom, you'll know this, right? There'll be a toe or ball, depending on the teacher. They'll either call it a toe lead or a ball lead, right? Then there's a heel lead. Then there's something called a toe release. Say toe release.
Toe release.
Say it again. Heel, ball, toe release. Say that.
Heel, ball, toe release.
Right. So a heel lead, in strict fashion, a heel lead is picking up, is literally leading with the heel. You are leading with the heel. Does that make sense? A toe release, you do what Brandi just did, where you commence to move with the toe and then you release the toe. Now, listen to how it sounds. It sounds different to say toe release than heel lead. Because when you think heel lead, you flex to get to the heel lead. When you do a toe release, you're just releasing the toe to follow through with the heel, which means you still get that complete articulation of the foot. So most dance teachers, it's all about vocabulary. Lots of dance teachers say heel lead. When you watch them dance, they're doing a toe release. But so they do a toe release, they tell you heel lead, and you think heel lead, and then you take this big flexed foot.
Yes.
And which is annoying to most of us, the big flexed foot, right? So I don't want to feel that you're taking this big heel lead as you go, right? Because the idea is that Brandi still gets to have all the leg action that she wants. As she does the toe release, it just pedestrianizes the walk a little bit, right? It will actually slow down her percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat a little bit, because to do a toe release, you have to stay behind it just a hair. Does that make sense? Cool? So whether you're taking a toe lead and or ball, depending on who you learned it from, or a toe release, both of those are super effective to maintain a feminine leg action. The heel lead is the only thing that tends to not.
Personal preference, if you're going to do a toe release on your 1, you should be doing a toe release on your 2, because a forward walk is a forward walk is a forward walk. And one thing I notice is a lot of ladies who do a heel strike do a toe strike on 2. So I see this a lot. 1, 2. And I should not see that. The way I see West Coast swing, pardon? Yes, I see a heel strike and then a toe strike on two of a pass or whatever. But the way I see West Coast swing is comprised of two elements, walks and triples. A forward walk is a forward walk, and if you do a toe release on a forward walk, you should do a toe release on all of your forward walks. They shouldn't change. Yes?
How can you create a quality toe release as opposed to shuffling your feet?
Okay, that's actually quite easy. So it really has to do with the release of the foot from the floor. So the question was, how do you create a toe release without creating a shuffling look? Because I'm a huge advocate of picking my feet up off of the floor. People ask me all the time, they say, do you pick your feet up off the floor? I say, yes, but I don't pick up my shoe. They look at me funny.
Do y'all get that? I pick my feet up off the floor, I just don't pick up my shoe.
Okay, so I'm not trying to apply any pressure, but you're not going to see daylight under my foot. So if my shoe comes a little bit up off of the floor, that's okay. I would rather have the shoe come off the floor a little bit than the foot dragging, because it creates a heaviness to the movement. So in order to get that released look while still getting that toe release, I have to peel that foot up off of the floor looking for that extension of the ankle. Then this is very free as this moves. Then that toe slides up and the heel strikes. I'm not sliding through, dragging the whole sole of the shoe on the floor. There you go. Very nice.
By the way, it's one of the reasons why dancers trip all the time. I don't know if Sean and Courtney remember this, but we were walking through New York. A while ago. So we're walking through New York, and I trip. Either I trip or Sean tripped first. Sean tripped first.
It was probably both of you in all reality.
So Sean trips. Well, no, so then I trip later. Sean trips, and I say to Sean, well, the reason why all dancers trip, because when we pass our feet, we like to maintain a certain amount of contact with the floor. Even if we're just brushing, we like to maintain. So we catch all imperfections in sidewalks, right? Because we don't pick our feet up so much, right? All couples dancers do that. So I said that to Sean to pet him as he tripped. And then literally like an hour later, we're walking and kink, I tripped, right? It's a true story.
Question.
Right.
You want to talk about the flexed foot? So a flex of the foot requires an engagement of this muscle up here, and it actually is going to pull your toes up. Right. Okay, I should not have any energy pulling my toes up towards my knee.
Right.
The most I should have is a neutral ankle. So when I'm moving through, I have a very neutral ankle. I feel like the weight of my foot is just relaxed hanging from that ankle. So I'm not pushing down for a point. I'm not pulling up for a flex. So if you go ahead and pick up your right knee and just allow that foot to hang from that ankle, that's the feeling that I'm looking for. So if I decide to go toe strike, then I apply just a little bit of energy to keep that toe down. If I decide to do a toe release, I just allow that toe to release, but I don't engage the muscle to pull the toes towards the knee. Yes, there was another question over here, Forrest.
So you were talking before a lot about like priority on the standing leg, maintaining the standing leg. When we start talking about releasing the foot, I start to think about my knee moving forward a lot. It makes me kind of have that tendency to kick my knee forward more. Like, is there a thing that you're doing to not have that happen while you're thinking about releasing?
So you're talking about getting ready to take a step backward, like in the case of staying on your 6 in order for your 1? Okay, because as you're moving backward, I want your knee to bend moving forward. What I don't want, so when I talk about peeling the feet up off of the floor and really getting that extension of the ankle, a lot of leaders say, but I don't want to look prancy.
Right.
And they start to, one of the things that I think of is I don't pull that knee up, which is what you were just demonstrating. That knee actually bends parallel to the floor until I'm able to release the foot to then move it. Does that make sense? I'm not even sliding the foot out. I think Robert and I might do this a shade differently, so we'll both explain it.
Right. For me, it's about, I drive into this hip, and I think about lifting this heel like that heel is pulling back. So all that's pulling back. So it's not a break of the knee and then a push back. Does that make sense? It's a pulling, it's almost like a drive or a glide into that floor. Does that make sense? So I'm gliding into that floor as I take that step, as opposed to bending the knee and then moving the foot. So I don't go 5 and 6, bend the knee, move the foot, right? I go 5 and 6. At this point, there's a slide that happens. Then the knee breaks as it needs to as I take that step.
No,
Right.
I teach it differently, and I'm going to explain why I teach it differently, because I'm about to start teaching it the way Robert does it. But because I was just able, this is what's been really fun for me, is I've changed some of my teaching based on watching what
Both of us
he
have,
does.
right.
One of the reasons I've always taught release the knee and then move is because a lot of leaders tend to drag their feet in a way that they don't get a distinct foot strike. So if we've already talked about timing is about foot strike, leaders, if you are just dragging your feet on the floor and never picking them up, there's no distinct strike that attaches you to the timing and the music. But what Robert's doing is he's allowing that foot to slide, and then he picks it up and he still gets a distinct foot strike that's going to identify the beat. So that's why I don't teach it that way, but I like this way better.
So, and the other thing I want us to think about, because we're going to go back to percentage of weight transfer again.
We have
too.
another question,
Oh,
but we
yeah.
can.
What was the other question?
Over here.
Yes.
Okay, so a while ago, I can't remember which one you were asking, you were talking about articulating actually the bend of the knee happens on the up, you got the hip little on the and, you on the and you do that look. Is what you're saying now changing that?
No, well,
No.
I don't use
actually-
us.
I don't think that the bend of the knee happens on I'm not a big fan of like the bend of the knee happens right on that beat. I think it happens as necessary for the weight transfer.
This is why I don't use a rolling count. Like, I appreciate the idea. Working on a rolling count is identifying what happens in between
Right,
beats,
right, right.
and we've already talked about. But if I'm using an and to say, okay, I finished the weight transfer, I settle into the hip, I bend the knee, that's going to be beautiful at one tempo.
Right.
And one tempo only.
Right.
And if the music is slower, I'm still going to have gaps in my movement. If
Right.
the music is faster, it's not going to be accurate. So again, I'm adjusting the way I move to the duration of the beat that I have in which to move.
One of the things, if I can interject, that I love about Brandi's style that I found out in working in Phoenix together was that she doesn't break that forward knee to take the step until she's ready to release the foot. So it's not on any given on and any of those things in between. It's when she's ready, when the timing is ready to move. That's what she does. So it's not always on.
Yeah, because I feel like this is what's allowing me to resist and create that peak of swing. I release that knee when it's time for me to move, and it's
Right.
like I just released the brake.
So the
Still separated from the settle of the hip, like you don't.
I don't settle the hip.
Well, to me that's going, that's what I call it.
I know.
But this has always been ugly to me.
Oh, I don't do that.
I love this.
So that's one thing that I am adamant about, and it's not something that everybody does, but what I like to do, and this greatly affects my connection, is that I finish transferring weight to my left and straightening my left before I bend my right, as opposed to exchanging one bent knee for another, which tends to keep me in neutral in my connection. It doesn't affect me at all.
Right.
It doesn't affect it. So
At all.
again, so ladies, if I'm grounding myself properly, meaning I'm using my pitch, I'm using my poise, I'm keeping my front foot on the floor, and I'm grounded, he can do anything he wants, and it's not going to affect me. If I release my front foot and I'm pitched incorrectly or poised incorrectly, everything he does will affect me.
It's true.
Yes.
By the way, same thing for me. Like my pitch and my poise is all super important, right, to make that all happen. I was going to do something with percentage weight transfer, and I forgot
Rate
what
of
that
weight
was.
transfer. I also definitely want to dig into some connection stuff
Right.
tonight. so-
Okay, so, right. So, I had it and I lost it.
Train derailed.
I know. Wah. All right. Well, we'll figure it out. We'll go. We'll
We
move
were
on to
doing
connection.
rate of weight transfer. We were talking about
The glide of the foot.
the filling
Something.
of the space.
It's gonna kill me. Doesn't matter. It will. I'll get it. No,
Yes, we have another question. Keep
Yes.
thinking. Keep thinking.
So the technique you use, those beats per minute or rhythm of those.
Oh, I know. Say it again.
Just the technique you choose, whether it's toe heel or toe release.
So again,
Per minute or rhythm of the song effect.
yes.
It can. Sure.
So the question was the technique that I use with a toe strike versus a toe release, does timing Does the beats per minute, does the speed of the music come into play? Not necessarily speed, but I characterize different music differently. Like if I'm dancing to something really jazzy, slow, and slinky, I love the extension of the ankle and the toe strike. And for me, my neutral, my basic is a toe strike. That's a personal preference. If I'm dancing to something a little more casual and I want to create a more pedestrian feel, I'm more likely to go to a toe release to create that kind of strolling, chill look through my walk. So I will use it differently to characterize different styles of music more than I'll do it just for different tempos.
Great. So here's what I got. I remember, before I forget, go back to this. So we're going to do the 10, 20, 30, 40, right? So what I want you to think about, right, as this foot's free, as we go to 10%, go 10, 10. I want you to feel the engagement of the foot you're going to. Do you feel the pressure, the engagement? Right, go 20, 20, 30, 40, get to 50. There's kind of no engagement on either side, right? Now when I shift over to 60, I start to push from the other foot, right, from the sending foot. Go 60, 70, 80, 90. Now I want you, as you get from 90 to 100, feel that last little flex of the ankle, 90 to 100. Do you feel that? Right? So I want you to feel the usage of both feet through the duration of the step. Go back the other way, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50. So you felt that foot that was creating resistance as it was taking the step. Now push from the other foot, 60, 70, 80, 90, at 100, finish the ankle. Did y'all feel that? Yes? So that we're using, in doing that, we're teaching ourselves to use our foot through the entirety of the step, both the foot that we're going to and the foot that we're leaving. Yes?
So that drill works very closely with what we were talking about, Laura, not taking too big a steps and pushing out of the foot versus pushing off of the foot. So remember, we push after we land. Same thing walking forward, we push after we land. How many of you have heard that we move from our center? I hope you've all heard that we move from our center. I prefer to state that we initiate movement from our center. I conclude movement with my sending ankle.
Do y'all hear that? I initiate movement from my center. I conclude movement from my sending ankle. Yeah?
Write that down.
All right, cool. So there's some movement that you all can practice on your own. People say, what can we do on our own? You can do a box step. You can do percentage of weight transfer to the strike of the beat. You can do all that stuff we just talked about. You can do a toe lead. You can do a toe release, like to understand what that means. You can understand what it means to release that foot, right? So for the leader, taking that step back, what does that mean? To go into the right leg and glide that foot back to then take that step, right? And then feel what it feels like to bend the leg, straighten it back, right? So pull and step, yes? So you can practice all of those things on your own. Does that make sense? Say yes. Great. The box step you can't kind of do enough of.
And
right?
as you're doing the box step, make sure you're setting intentions for yourself as you're doing the box step. Don't just do a box step. Identify what you're working on in the box at the time that you're working on it.
For those of you that do other dances, I tell people that do box steps, do a box step as a waltz, then do it as a rumba, then do it as West Coast swing. What did you do different in your body to make it look like West Coast swing? Right? And start to analyze, what did I do in my ankles and my knees and my hips that made this not look like waltz or rumba, but still taking a box step? Yes? So we can start to analyze how that all takes place. Great, awesome. No questions? We're going to go into connection. Yes, Pops.
Usually you say about practice on your own, and I don't feel like others feel a practice a lot. And I tend to tell them, sometimes you practice so much on yourself that when you start dancing, you think that what's the big what you practice. But I always say, I always put everything to them that when you practice, always have music. Because the music will really help you how we were talking about shifting your weight and how you do it. And what you can relate to the music. You know, I'm going to do 10% so you come. A music will say, I'm going to wait. I'm not going to go like 10, I'm 1 and 2. No, I'm going to wait 10, I'm going to move. The music will say how you move.
Well,
all this technique is what
right, you can do every single one of these exercises. I would put on 4 or 5 different speeds of music right? Put on 4 or 5 different speeds of music and practice these, right? I'm a big fan of also practicing without music, but at some point you have to put it to music. At some point you got to put it to music to see how it all
And
works.
what I was going to say is, yes, the music is going to determine how I use this technique, but I have to put the technique on my body so it's available to me once
Right.
the music is playing.
Right.
So there is a progression to your practice where you do have to start putting the movement on your body without music, then turn on the music and allow the music to determine how you use it from there.
For sure. All right, so let's do this. Yeah.
So you were talking about how if you're taking a side step, like you just make the control is mostly like resisting with this foot
And pushing with that foot, right?
Yes.
So if you're walking forward, is it mostly coming from the last leg? And
It's
when
the-
you're walking up, it's mostly resistance, right? Like
So the back leg feels like the side, doesn't it? Because you're creating
Yeah,
resistance,
like
right?
the second half,
Side and back feel almost the same,
Yes.
right? But front, different, because I get to use the standing leg for a longer period of time,
and
right?
There's not a lot of resisting coming from
Nope.
Correct.
Right. Why? Because I get to maintenance the ball of that foot longer, because we're built to go that way.
There's a better answer, because you're not a flamingo.
Because you're not a flamingo. That's the best answer. Right. So, because we're built to move forward. So our body, everything about our body allows ourselves to maintenance a standing leg when we walk forward. Sideways and backwards, it doesn't. We can lose the ball of that foot too soon. So we have to make sure that we maintain the part of the foot that we're pushing with to be able to finish the ankle, as Brandi had said. Yes? Great. Did y'all get that? I rattled that off super fast. Sorry. Okay, great. So let's talk about connection.
Yay!
Yay! All right, cool. So, a couple of things about connection, right?
Like, where do we start?
I know, right? So there's connection, right? There's connection where you hear constant connection, and constant connection feels like we translate constant connection to also mean constant tension, right? But connection doesn't mean tension. Connection doesn't mean tension. So touch my finger. So great. So we're connected, right? So push. So now we have more tension. Now we have less tension. Now we have more tension. Now we have less tension. But we're still connected, aren't we? Yes? So constant connection does not mean constant tension. Unfortunately, when you're taught constant connection, it translates as constant tension. Some teachers even teach it as constant tension.
And so, yeah, but when somebody says constant connection, more often than not, they're meaning constant contact. Does that make sense?
Right.
Always stay in contact.
Right. So, and then there's connection neutral, connection neutral. Like there's that thought that I can lead and let go, and then pick back up, and then lead and then let go, and then pick back up. You with me on that? Both of those are kind of an extreme. Yes? So there's that extreme of constant connection, and then the extreme of lead neutral, lead neutral, lead neutral, right? The middle ground is really where we're wanting to live when it comes to connection. So I use this analogy that a spider's got to eat. Do you all know this analogy? Spider got to eat? Say it. Spider got to eat. And it's G-O-T-T-A, gotta. Spider got to eat, right? Little spider, big giant web. Little spider lives in the Amazon, builds this big webs. I forget the name of the spider, but this is a true story. They build these huge giant webs. So bug lands over here. How does the spider know? Vibration carries to the web, right? So now spider gets to eat. Now, web's too taut, the web's too tight, right? Weather or the bug breaks the web, right? Spider doesn't get to eat. Web's too loose, what doesn't carry? Vibration doesn't carry. Spider doesn't get to eat. Spider got to eat, right? So lead follow connection is this wonderful sense of a pliable frame with connectivity. So there's tensile strength in there, right? There's some tensile strength in what's going on, but there's pliability and a variance of tension. Not any one set tension that I'm going to live at a 10 and I'm just going to lead her at 10 the whole time, or I'm going to go from 10 to 0 to 10 to 0. All of that, in that, vibration doesn't carry through the connection. Then I don't feel what she's doing, she doesn't feel what I'm doing. We need to be able to talk to each other, and in order to talk to each other, we need to be connected.
Now, once we started talking about this, I was like, poof, big epiphany for me, because I realized that I was teaching my leads and my follows exactly the same, but I don't want them to think the same.
Yes.
I want my follows to think of connect, neutral, connect, neutral. I want my leaders to not think that way and to keep consistent energy moving in the direction that he wants the follow to go. But I don't like constant connection. And the reason is as a follow, if he has an agenda, I defer to his agenda. Always. I'm a follow.
As it should be in life.
Really?
No.
I am convinced the reason most men dance is this is their only chance that they get to tell a woman where to go and what to do.
And that's only because you've chosen to be the follower.
Exactly.
It's still yes.
So I defer to his agenda. I have danced with some dancers that are wonderful dancers that use constant connection. And while I enjoy my dances with them, I don't feel like I am contributing artistically, because I am on their agenda the entire time. When I have a lead that gives me some space, that's when I am more likely to engage musically and contribute artistically to the dance. Does that make sense? So as a follow, I feel like I move into that neutral space, but as a leader, Robert is not giving up his lead. Does the distinction make sense?
It's a little like the boat has a different agenda than the water skier.
Hold on, give me a minute. Go on.
Right, so the boat starts to take the slack out of the line and starts to get the water skier up out of the water. Does that make sense? As that's happening, the water skier isn't pulling themselves or trying to create the same amount of energy that the boat's creating. Does that make sense? Kind of, sort of, maybe. So in this instance, like the water skier doesn't go, okay, go, and they start to try to help in the process.
Well, maybe they should. No,
maybe they should, right? Getting up out of the water, right? So the idea here is that Brandi, I first of all, as a leader, I think about taking the slack out of a rope. How many of you here have ever driven a boat with a water skier behind it? Great. So what do? No, unless it's your buddy and he's pissed you off or something, right? Then you're like, ha 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 ha, right? But if it's that hot girl you're trying to impress, you just ease it. You just want to get her up off the water, right? So, like, you don't go, right? And by the way, if I have a set, if I'm pulling Sean out of the water, right, on the boat, I'm going to go to a certain number to get him up out of the water. Does that make sense? Yes? Now, I'm not going to go to that same number if I'm pulling Courtney up out of the water, right? Because she's a lot smaller. So, because if I go to that same number at the same rate, I'm pulling her arms out. So as the boat, I eat up the slack in the rope first and then start to take the skier out of the water. Does that make sense? That's a thought as a leader.
Now, the reason I don't want you follows thinking constant connection is because it causes you to hang back.
Right.
Trying to keep consistent tension, and it's going to become very labored for the leader. It's also going to restrict your ability to, again, contribute artistically to the dance.
Right. So, what Brandi's talking about, though, where she doesn't want me to go to neutral, is that I have follow-through in my lead. And that's the key. It's the follow-through in the lead. And what we're afraid of to teach in connection with follow-through is that follow-through somehow means the same amount of energy, and it doesn't mean the same amount of energy. I use a golf swing all the time as an analogy. When I pull back, as I commence to swing, I don't, as I strike the ball, after I strike the ball, I don't keep the same amount of energy in the follow-through. Does that make sense? It doesn't mean I don't have follow-through, right? As I commence to swing, there's the most amount of energy there. That's the most amount of energy. Then everything else, right, follows through from a much more relaxed state, but I still have follow through. So from here, as we're going 5 and 6, there's lots of energy. As we go here, I don't maintain the same amount of energy on the follow through. Nod your heads if you get that. But I also don't have any follow through. I have follow through.
So another way,
kind of, sort of, maybe?
I'm going to give you another example of this. If I was leading Robert, but we were just walking into a room and I said, come on, come with me. There's pressure on his back until he's moving the direction I want him to go at the pace I want him to go. But I wouldn't keep pushing, because if I keep pushing, that's indicative of me wanting him to do something different, go further, go faster. But I also don't stop moving, because he's going to stop moving. And so that's kind of what we're looking for with that follow through, is that reassurance that, yep, you're going where I want you to go. This is all, things are all good here. Yes?
What'd you say? Good boy. Yeah.
Good boy.
Did you say good boy? Yeah, get out. No, I'm kidding. Yeah. Managing direction. Yeah, you could say that I'm managing direction to some point. Yeah.
He's still managing direction and speed, all of that stuff. But because I'm already in motion, there shouldn't be the same degree of tension. Yeah, he's not, there's nothing that's asking for more out of me, if that makes sense.
Right. So my coach, Tom Slater, used to say to me, I should be able to know what the pattern is you're leading if you were to lead air. Right? So he would make me lead patterns in air. So I would go like this. And I would lead the whole pattern in air, right? So that would be, right? So you should be able to see what that pattern is. So he would have me lead, what would I do to draw that pattern so that he would be able to know what that pattern was? Now, as much energy as it took me to lead air is as much energy as that I would put into that pattern, but I would still have follow through with all of that pattern. So if I did this, right, you could see that, right? So as I go from here, you could see what that is. Does that make sense? Cool? As opposed to if I went lead neutral and then got to here, you don't get to see what the pattern structure is. Does that make sense? So when Lorene and I were competing in country and Tom would make us do our waltz, whatever, I would have to do the waltz routine on my own. I would have to lead whatever it was I was leading. I would have to make sure that I could always have follow through in my lead, whatever that was, right? So that he was teaching follow through within the structure. The pressure would always be there. Like the initiation of the movement would happen. That would happen once we got connected, right? So he wasn't worried about me trying to manufacture that on my own. What he was worried about is that I wouldn't have the follow-through once the lead started. Does that make sense? So we always want to think about, with that connection, leaders, following through, right? But we're trying not to follow through with the same amount of energy that I initiated with. That's too much work. That's exactly what Brandi just talked about with the pushing of me. Yeah.
In that pattern, where you're talking about that you would like your followers to get to sort of a neutral,
Yes.
so that you can do something.
Yes.
In that pattern that you just did, where would you say that you went towards the neutral, and where would you do something?
In that pattern, I wouldn't do anything.
Okay, that's
I might tweak the line at the end, but I'm not going to mess with the middle of the pattern. So,
that's what I'm saying. I'm thinking there was nowhere in there where.
Well, once we got to here, once I got her to here, in this instance from here, she could do something here.
I could change shape, I could go early, I could go late. As he comes over my head, I can change the line, I can, there's little things I can style it up.
You would say that you didn't really go to neutral, you went less.
We're always connected a little bit.
Yes.
Because I want to feel everything she does.
So here's the thing. When I talk about going to neutral, that means that once I'm moving, he is not continuing to have to apply force to make me continue moving in the direction I was already moving.
Say that again, because that's big. Because you all think neutral means a relaxed arm that disconnects, and that's not what she's saying.
What neutral means is that once I am moving in the direction he wants me to go, he no longer has to apply force to get me to continue moving.
But she's still active in me feeling her. I still know where she is.
Yes, I don't disappear. I'm not releasing anything. I'm not releasing anything. Okay, stop. Everybody, freeze. Back up. Okay. Connection is caused by body weight moving against body weight. Connection is released by body weight moving with body weight. Are you with me? So tension...
Two objects moving in the same direction at the same rate can neither be stretching nor compressing.
So when I'm moving away from my partner, connection is increasing. Once I am moving with my partner, connection is decreasing. So the idea of going to neutral is about me moving with him. A lot of ladies do this. They go, oh, I have to go to neutral, and then they step. So they release their frame.
They go to spaghetti arms.
Yeah,
right.
they release frame in an effort to release connection, whereas all I'm looking to do is move my body weight with him, and that's going to release the tension and the connection. Yes?
Right, got it.
Hold on, let me field his question first.
My question is just, you keep saying neutral, and I have the definition for that in my head. So if you were applying numbers to this,
Okay, so
Start the pattern.
my peak tension, here's how I operate in my connection, is my peak tension level with any given partner within any given dance. Meaning if I dance with Robert to 2 different songs that are 2 different tempos, I'll have 2 different peak tension levels. But whatever my peak tension level is, we're gonna call that tension level 10. That's the heaviest I get within this particular partnership to this particular song. My neutral is somewhere around 2.
Right. Because actually, everybody just hold your arm up. Everybody hold an arm up. Great. So now move this around a little bit. Great, great, great. So we're holding we're maintaining the weight of our arm, aren't we? Right? Kind of, sort of. So like from here, now let your arm fall. Great. So let's say that that's not neutral. Let's say like this. Somewhere in here is going to be where we're living as neutral.
Well,
not
this is also about frame.
Right. So we're
Frame.
maintaining our frame, right? So when I'm here and we're moving like this, she's still maintaining the weight of her own arm. This doesn't drop. It doesn't go to this non-existent thing.
I'm not pulling down on him. I'm not making him hold up my arm weight, but because we're moving together, now we still have contact. We're somewhere around tension
2.
level 2.
Right.
But he's not having to apply force to get me to continue moving, and I'm not resisting his
Right.
movement.
Right.
We're moving together now. Yes.
Can I just rephrase in engineering terms to see if it makes
Absolutely.
Sure, of course.
Absolutely.
I'm saying what you're saying? So, when you've got, this is pure physics, and you've got a tether between 2 objects.
Right.
There's no tension or compression on that tether, as long as the 2 objects are not accelerating relative to each other.
Correct.
Right.
Right? So is that kind of where you're going? You've still got, the tether is still there, it's still connecting them, it's still actually applying some amount of force to them, but there's no tension or compression in it because they're moving
Correct.
together. So once you're moving at the speed he wants, you've matched his speed, and now the tension comes out of the connection, and it's just a connection.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Picture.
A little bit to that, when you're coming off of your 6, you're actually going through, in physics, you're going through 0.
You're going to pass through 0 velocity, yes.
Yes.
For lack of a better word.
You have to pass through 0 velocity, right?
Right? And you as the leader, Robert, have to accelerate as that follower goes through. You give her some force, which accelerates her up to a certain velocity, which you then maintain until you change the acceleration.
Yes.
It's going from acceleration, which is applying force comes to mass,
Yes.
Right. Newton's second law, right?
and you then get to a velocity. You don't continue accelerating, just like the guy in the boat bringing you out of the water. He gives that boat some acceleration, and then he maintains.
And then we get to a certain thing and he
Yes.
maintains.
33 miles per hour.
Yes.
I had a question over here. Let me.
Right. He stays at that maintenance. Right. Once we go. So we can maintain the tether.
Yes. Yes.
Multi-part question. So going back to what you used, the 10, I assume the 10 is, the max is right before the lean on 1.
Yes.
And then it goes down to a 2. When does it go, at what point does it go down to a 2, and does it stay to a 2 until?
It stays it stays a 2 until he changes what he's doing.
Okay, and then when the resistance begins, what some people call the anchor, is that, like, would that be an 8, would that be a 10 immediately, or is the 10 has to happen right before the 1?
No, actually, we're going to do an exercise
Yeah,
with
okay.
the resisted release
Okay.
where we go like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, right? You don't go 2, 10, 10, 2, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't drop that. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Then are there some moments where you don't, where you want to maintain, maybe not a 10, but an 8 throw, you want to cause a shape, you want to create a shape for the dance, are you okay with that?
Can you? Yeah. I mean.
I was going to say, for me, when a lady maintenances 10, she's saying, listen to me, right? Or if I'm maintenancing 10, I'm saying, listen to me. Does that make sense? So if I do an underarm turn, and then I change hands, right? And we stretch out, and from here, now I'm maintenancing lots of connection there. There was a lot, because I was like, don't mess with this, because I'm doing this leveraged kind of runaround thing. Does that make sense? If I do a side pass, and in this moment right here, Brandi gets tense. I'm not saying she would do this, but like ladies do this, right? Where they get tense to say, pay attention. I go, okay, she's asking me to pay attention.
I don't do that.
Right, but I do know that happens in the real world. So if the lady's maintenance 10 lots of times, I think she's trying to talk to me about something. Now, if she maintenance 10 and she's not trying to talk to me, then she's just heavy, right? So then it's just bad technique, right? So.
Like, let's say a spinning side pass, if you were to lead her, you want to slow her down, so you accelerate her, give her a shape, the connections change.
Now that'd be a volume and frame situation, right?
Yeah.
Then I'm just creating a different, right? So we know that if I'm using angular momentum, right? Like the wider the radius, right? The slower the object goes, right? If I pull that in, they go faster. Conservation of angular momentum, right? Is the physics theory there. So from here, if I want her to go slow, I take a wider frame. That's what's going to slow her down more. Does that make sense? In the fact that I'm giving more volume, right? Just in the fact that I'm giving more volume is going to give a little bit more pull. Does that make sense? But I don't think about more pull. You with me on that? So, because I know that if I take this wide and then go in tight, that's going to create speed, right? Conservation of angular momentum. So I have to make sure that if I want her to go slow, I create volume in the frame. I create volume in the circumference, right? You with me on that? Now, in and of that, will it create a little bit more tension? Yes, but the tension isn't my intent.
Did
Yes?
you have another question?
On a similar train of thought, does that mean if you create a neutral at a 4 and then decide to actually bring it down to a 2, that also produces enough contrast to maybe say, listen to what I'm doing?
Maybe, maybe not. So you have to, okay. I'm going to answer that real quick, and then I want to go into some broader concepts. Based on the fact that he's a lead and I'm a follow,
Right.
I'm in a position to decelerate him easier than he is to decelerate me, and he's in a position to accelerate me more than I can accelerate him. Does that make sense? So for him to go from a 4 to a 2, that's a pretty minor deceleration, which I might not read, depending on the context and how fast I'm moving. So for him to decelerate me usually means he's going to have to ask me to take up more space. That's where the volume comes in.
Right.
So his decelerations are usually caused by volume. My decelerations are caused by tension.
Right.
Yes?
Right.
Okay, so let me talk a little bit about my approach to connection as a follow. I am not interested in being anyone's perfect connection. You know why? Because every single leader in here has a different idea of what a perfect connection is, and I have no idea what any of them are. So at the beginning of a dance, I'm not going to spend the beginning of the dance trying to figure out what he wants. I'm going to spend the beginning of a dance letting him know what he's going to get.
Yes. Yes.
Right?
But
I want that hand.
that was the lamest thing ever.
Well, I'm left-handed.
Oh, got it. Oh, right, you're left-handed. Okay,
Come
great.
on, man.
Right.
Okay. So I'm going to let him know. And my goal as a follow is to be consistent within a single dance, not within a single partnership. Just like we were talking about, my 10 might change from one song to the next, even with the same partner. But here's my job. My job as a follow is to fill space and time with movement. The time is created by the music. The space is created by my leader. It's my job to fill them both. And how
Watch her say that one more time. Say that again. My job.
My job is to fill space and time with movement. The time is created by the music, space is created by the leader, and it is my job to fill them both fully.
Did y'all get that?
I fill space and time with movement. The time is created by the music, and the space is created by my leader. And it is my job to fill them both fully.
Right.
Yes? Okay. All right. So if we imagine that my peak tension level, we're going to call it tension level 10. So here I am with Robert, and to whatever song is playing, this is what my 10 feels like. It is my job to fill space to tension level 10.
This is so important. This is so important. This is so important. This is one of the places where Brandi and I, there's lots of places, but this is where we see so eye to eye. And when I talk to my follows, lots of ladies come to me and say, well, should I be adjusting to the guy? Should I be adjusting to the guy? No. You be consistent in who and what you are. And like I always say, the person driving the boat the water skier doesn't adjust to the boat. The boat adjusts to the water skier. Does that make sense? Right. Oh, yeah. Well, okay. Hold on. That's again. That goes to what Brandi said, where like we could talk about what happens
what
when this
ifs,
happens.
yeah.
And lots of what ifs. But generally speaking, so you're gonna hate this analogy, but so does anybody know what drag is when you, not as in how you dress, but fishing? Fishing? Anybody here ever fish? Ever? Okay, great. So I catch a fish. I have something called drag at the reel. I set the drag. What's drag? It's resisted release. The line releases a little bit, right? So as I catch a fish, the line releases a little bit. Yes? So now I have my drag set. When I catch the fish, if I'm a good fisherman, I adjust the drag relative to the size fish that I've caught.
What size fish am I?
Right. So hold on. If my drag is set too tight, and I catch too big of a fish, what happens? Snaps the line. If my drag's too loose, what happens? Zzz, takes the line out. Does that make sense? The fish, when it gets hooked, doesn't go, oh, his drag's set to such and such, I'm going to make an adjustment. No. The fishermen adjust to the size fish that they caught.
I'm just a fish, people.
Right, exactly. Well, a minute ago you were a water skier in a bikini and like hanging out all day.
I'm the cartoon fish with big eyes.
Right, exactly, with the eyes. So I'm all for, I want her to be consistent. You know, one of the things that happened recently in a Jack and Jill, me and Ben Morris were sitting next to each other with Benji at Boogie by the Bay, and occasionally we talk to each other. Just watch us up there. That's all we do is talk to each other. But Ben Morris, as he's sitting next to me, he goes, all right, so Robert, fast, most consistent. I go, what do you mean? He goes, most consistent follow-up here. Like, who's the most of all the follows? And I go, oh, well, I like this one for this and this one. He's, yeah. Like, when you get her in your hand, I go, well, Brandi, like, I always know, it's not a box of chocolates. You know what you're going to get, right? So, some of you got that reference, right? So, and Ben's like, yeah, absolutely. Like, because it's consistent. Now, that doesn't mean, if I were to give Brandi a number, that number, when we danced to Fine Brown Frame at Phoenix a bunch of years ago and won. So I would say that the connection, you can even see it in our arms, we danced to Fine Brown Frame, was different than we won here to the Slow Blues song a couple years ago. Like, you can see it in the arms that the connection level you would have given to be different. You would have said that there was more weight in Fine Brown Frame than there was in the slower song that we did here. You can see it in our bodies as we dance. But the second I grab her hand, I know the size fish I've caught. Right, and how to adjust my drag, right? So as we move, and she doesn't all of a sudden mess with it, like in every pattern it's something different. She's consistent as we go.
And at the beginning of the dance, consistency is critical, because once I am consistent, if I do something different, I have his attention. And that's when I will play with my connection,
right.
And that's how we communicate. But if I don't take the beginning of the dance to set that level, I set the baseline parameters for this dance, and I'm the one who does it. I have to be the constant, then I let him adjust, now we're on point. But if I'm trying to find him while he's trying to find me and nobody's a constant, we're never going to get there. So my job is to fill space to tension level 10. Period, end of story. Doesn't matter whether I'm turning, it doesn't matter whether I'm moving straight, it doesn't matter. I continue moving where I was moving, doing what I was doing until I feel tension level 10. Then I bounce off of it and change direction. Yes? So easy.
So easy, right? So easy. That's why there's one division called champions. So, in every hallway. Right, exactly, right,
every hallway. No, I like followers. I can't stress enough how important this is. Like, we spend so much time trying to figure out what our leader is doing. I don't have to figure anything.
I do both, and as a lead, I can also correct all the things like use backwards and follow. Because I get, as a lead, I get followed on my God, I totally do that.
And I hate it.
It's that. It's the connection at the beginning is not the same connection 3 passes in.
Yes.
No idea how to dance with the person, and I'm really good at leading.
Yes, inconsistency is very difficult to deal with. Now, I do adjust my tension level at the beginning of a dance based on how grounded my leader is.
right.
If I have an ungrounded leader and I feel like if I'm dancing at a tension level that's going to pull him over, I'm just going to lighten up. But once I set that tension level, I stay there for the dance.
The consistency of the weight's huge, and we're going to get you guys up to do an exercise in a second. But here at this hotel a bunch of years ago, I was trying to come up with ways for leaders to think about this, to think about the idea from a leader standpoint of follow through, and that you don't need the same amount of tension in a muscle, in a muscular system to move weight. So I did this with a guy named Glenn Hinkle. He's from Utah. And so we were in the gym here, and I said, close your eyes, and I gave him a weight, right? So I said, you're going to curl that weight up. It was to Michael Jackson's The Way You Make Me Feel. So it had this doom, ka da 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 doom, ka da 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 doom, ka da rhythm. And I said, I want you to go boom, ba ba da da, boom, ba ba da da, and you want you to lift the weight to that rhythm, right, with his eyes closed. So we did, boom, ba ba da da, boom, ba ba da, perfect, right? I said, great. Now keep your eyes closed. Put a weight in the other hand, boom, ba da da ka doom, ba ga da da doom, right? And I was like, great. So I took him away. I said, open your eyes. I said, which weighed more? He said they were the same. I said, nope, 20 pounds, 25 pounds. He didn't care. He didn't know which one of those weights weighed more. His only agenda was to move the weight to the rhythm. Now the weight didn't change itself, did it? Halfway through the stroke, the weight didn't go, I think I want to weigh less. Or I think I want to weigh more. And by the way, there was a certain amount of tension to here. It gets a little bit released when it gets to there. There's a little bit more tension there. It gets released. So within the stroke, the tension varied within his arm. But the weight stayed consistent at the end of his arm. So I thought, oh, that's interesting. So I did it again with Kevin Kane, and I did it with PJ Turner. And with all three of them, none of them knew which weight weighed more, because it wasn't their agenda. The agenda wasn't the weight. The agenda was the movement to a timing and a rhythm. Does that make sense? But at no point did the weight alter itself, because if it did, it would have altered the stroke. Does that make sense? Kind of, sort of, maybe? Yeah? So having that consistent, ladies, so I've called you a water skier, a fish, and a dumbbell. Right. So.
It's all right, I haven't told you what I called you.
Right, exactly. I know what you call me. I have texts. I know what you call me. Right. Cool. All right, great. So get up. Let's do some exercises. Get with a partner. And let's make a couple of lines. I bet you we can get like 3 short lines over on that side and probably 2 short lines over on this side. I don't know, that feels wider over there. Raise your hand if you don't have a partner. Go to somebody who has their hand up. It can be girl, girl, boy, boy, does not matter.
Keep your hand up until you have a partner. That makes it easier. That's really interesting. Spread out, you guys. Awesome. Okay.
All right, so first, Brandi's going to talk to you about determining 10.
Okay. So what I want you to, so first of all, connection is created by body movement. When I'm talking to my girls about finding their connection, I always stress that you find your connection with your feet. You don't find it with your arm. You don't find it with your body. If I want more tension, I move my feet. Why? Because my pitch and my posture remain unchanged. Connection is created by body weight moving against body weight. So when I want to increase tension level, I take a step away from my partner, and that's what increases it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start connected to my partner, and I'm going to take a step away until I find what I consider to be a comfortable 10 to a mid-tempo song. So I want you guys to do that. Start holding hands. Take a step away, follows take a step away until you create a tension level 10.
If it takes 2 or 3 steps, whatever it takes.
Yeah, whatever it takes. This would be the tension level that you would feel in the moment before you came forward on count 1. Okay?
I would say some of you are still pretty close to each other.
And still probably pretty light.
Right.
So one thing that I want you to do right now in your brains is disassociate connection from follow. Because I qualify myself as a relatively heavy connection, but I'm a feather light follow. And that tends to be a satisfying combination for a lead. But a lot of times we think that a follow is either heavy or she's light, but I'm not. That means there's tension when I'm moving away from him, but once I'm moving with him, I am effortless to lead. That's what it means. So I'm heavy when I'm moving away, I'm light when I'm moving with. Does that make sense to you guys? So when I go to a tension level 10, when you watch the top champions dance, they are not feather light. They are not feather light. Our connection allows me to create speed, power, and shapes that I am incapable of creating on my own. So if we're dancing at a really light tension level, just holding hands, we're not creating anything that we can't create independently of one another. The more dynamic my connection, the more I'm hitting those stretches to releases, the more we're able to create what we can't do individually, yes? So I don't want you to be afraid of tension. I want you to be afraid of holding tension too long. So as you step into what feels like a comfortable 10, it should feel uncomfortable to hold it here for too long. Does that make sense?
It should feel, you should get to that point where you're like, I gotta move. Something has to
I gotta
happen.
move.
Right.
All right, so let's try that.
Try it again.
Take a step.
By the way, let the followers set that. Let the followers move away.
Good. Good, now walk towards each other. Relax, and then followers set that tension level again. Memorize what this feels like. Walk towards each other. Followers, set that tension level again. We're looking for consistency. Very good. How's that feel? Questions? Okay.
All right, so we're all at 10, right? By the way, because, do we have like 3 clean lines and 2 clean lines of, like on that side, just so that we rotate? I know how we're gonna rotate, yes?
Clean it up, kids.
3 clean lines, like there should be 1 line right here of partners, right? 1 line right here, 3rd line over here, right?
Is anybody without a partner besides just one? Okay, we'll get you rotated in.
1 line right here, right? 1 line right there, great, awesome, yeah. All right, great. I'm not gonna rotate you yet, but hold on. All right, so, by the way, the other analogy, somebody said to me recently, Deborah Seike always says, I'm a Ferrari, right? Like I steer me like you steer a Ferrari. And what was interesting is somebody said to me, she said that in a class, her and I were doing a talkback thing together, and then somebody walked up to me and said, does she know that Ferraris are manual steering most of the time? They're not power steering? And I said, yeah. I said, but do you understand that manual steering, right, you get to feel what's going on, and when you first start to turn manual steering, right, it's heavy. Once you're into the turn, it's not heavy anymore. Does that make sense?
That's what it should feel like.
Right. So she's not saying she's power steering where you don't get to feel the wheels to the ground. You get to feel the wheels to the ground. Right? Does that make sense? It initiates with more energy, and then once you get going, it's not as much energy. Sean's a car guy. He's smiling at that right now.
But
right?
yeah,
So,
I always say a high level
you're
follow.
like, I am using that analogy, right? Cool.
A high level follow drives like a sports car. A high level follow is not going to protect you from the bumps in the road. Like that's that tight suspension. You're going to feel everything that's going on, but it's going to be awesome.
Right. Cool. All right. So now what I want to do? So now what I want to do is I want the leaders to put their arm bent. So the leader's going to bend their arm. Follows, you can keep your arm straight. What I want the follows to do is to pull the leader's arm out till they'll feel 10. So she's going to pull my arm out as she backs up until she gets to what she feels was that place of 10 where we just were.
So as I'm pulling, we're probably around a 5 or a 6.
Already.
And then once Robert stops moving, it just inches up to that 10.
There's a little bit more.
And I settle in and I'm like,
right.
Which means he has to stop moving his hand before I stop moving my body.
I stop moving my hand, she feels a little bit more space, right? So she's gonna pull my arm out. Once I stop moving my arm, there's probably gonna be a little bit more movement for her to get to that point of 10. Does that make sense? What?
I'm watching you two.
So, wow, said not defensively at all. All right, so let's try it. So leaders bend the arm, leaders bend the arm, leaders bend the arm. Followers walk backwards to that 10. Find the 10 that you just had. Find 10. And then release it. Great, go back, do that one more time.
So leaders, tuck your elbow to your side.
Elbows, yeah, leaders all the way in, right? Let the ladies pull that arm out to 10. Great, okay, so now relax for a second. Everybody do this. Everybody do this. Bend one arm, put the other arm on top of it. Great, so pull that arm out with no resistance. Great, come back. At 10, it doesn't move at all. Go 10. Doesn't move at all. Make it a 5. 5. There we go. Great. So that's called resisted release. Say that.
Resisted release.
Right. So I have resisted release. I am releasing my arm, but with resistance. Does that make sense? I'm releasing my arm, but with resistance. That's exactly what like drag is, right? So releasing my arm. We all do this. Every one of us use resisted release all the time. I have 2 kids. Brandi has 2 kids. When we put our children down,
I just drop them.
You just drop them, right? Exactly. Right.
I mean, they gotta learn about
0.
life.
There we go. Exactly. Right. So you use resisted release. Boy, sometimes you want to though, right? So like, right. You use resisted release when you're putting down your precious coffee. You use resisted
My wine
release.
glass.
Your wine glass,
Resisted
right?
release.
With the wine glass, you use resisted release, right? So the idea here is, as the followers are pulling that arm out, leaders, use resisted release, right? Don't have nothing and then stop moving your arm. Ease that resistance. Ease that into a stopping, right? So it eases into it using resisted release, right? Try it again. Same thing. Go to 10. She's going to walk backwards till she gets to 10. Great, awesome, cool. Do me a favor, within the lines, because we have 2 lines over there, right? So here, you guys can just rotate counterclockwise. Followers, go to the next leader counterclockwise, right? From here, do me a favor. The ladies that are at the end of the line, right? You go to the front of your line. All the other followers come one down this way.
Followers shift down.
Followers shift down one this way.
One this way.
One this way. There we go.
You have an air leader for a moment. So now, leaders, you want to encourage the follow to keep moving, which
Right.
means if you hold your arm in so she's having to use tension level 10 to pull it out, she's going to stop moving as she should.
Right.
That's why it has to be around a 5. So as I start moving, he's telling me I still have space to fill until I get to tension level 10. What's my job? Fill space and time to tension level 10, right? So you need to continue letting her know that there's space to be filled. Yes?
Can you talk a little bit about the connection between the hand? Because some people will connect with the hand and then open their hands as they're doing this as well. So how do you connect the hand connection?
So for me, check it out. So everybody pretend like you're writing your name with a pen. Great. So you're holding a pen, right? How many of you have a pen on you? Anybody? Right, so you're holding a pen, right? Great. So you're holding a pen. Now, flex your arm to do that. Do you need to flex your arm to do that? No. You can hold the pen without engaging your forearm or your bicep. Does that make sense? It's so funny. We talk about releasing the arm, and then people release the hand too. Right? So we're like, release the arm, and they're like, okay, and everything releases. Yes? So, but when I write with a pen, my arm's relaxed, isn't it? Yes? Cool? So, like, you're just holding on to the pen, right? Yeah. She's just holding on to the pen. That's all. Has nothing to do with whether she straightens the arm or relaxes the arm. So what I will literally sometimes put a pen in my student's hand and go write, and then I make them right there, and I go, flex your arm and write your name. It's like so hard to do, right? But for some reason, I go, when I tell you to relax your arm, do you also drop the pen? No. You still hold the pen, right? So you're just holding the pen in the hand. That's my analogy. Brandi might have a different one.
The way I explain it, the more tension I hold in the hand that is associated with the arm, the more likely I'm going to be to release the hand with the arm. So I don't have tension in the hand. And I don't think of curling my fingertips. I really focus at flexing just at this knuckle. So I feel like I'm pushing my 2 middle fingers straight down. And I'm able to do that without creating tension in the palm of the hand, because it's that tension in the palm of the hand that's going to want to release as the arm is releasing. Does that make sense? So it should require very little in order to maintain that.
Yes? Great.
Now, ladies, I have a lot of ladies who complain that the guys are putting their thumb on them, but if you... Ladies, check yourselves, because if you're opening your hand, guess what he's going to do? He's going to start Pac-Manning his way up with that thumb.
Wacka, wacka, wacka.
Yeah,
wacka,
exactly.
Wacka, 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 wacka. That's awesome. Right. That's awesome.
Thank you for the sound effect.
All right, so now,
okay.
By the way, what's important about this, right? So, well, actually try it again, and then I want to add another layer to it. So try it again. So I want the followers backing up with resisted release, bringing the leader's arm out. Go for it.
Find tension level 10.
Once you get there, it should feel like you're ready to start to lead her forward. You should want to lead her forward.
You should want to lead her forward.
Right. You should want to release that energy.
Good.
Right. All right. So now the thing about that follows, right? What happens lots, this is the most common thing, is as I back out, right? So what's going to happen is I'm going to lead, Brandi's arm's is going to come out, right? At some point I'm going to say stop. So I'm backing out and stop. So she stops moving her arm and then I stop. That happens all the time. But there's still more room for me to fill. Right? So when Brandi says fill space, there's still more space to fill. Just because he stopped his arm, if he stops his arm, but you didn't get to 10, right? Then there's still more room for you to go. I want you to go to that 10. I want you to go to that weight. So when Brandi's backing up and she's pulling my arm out and I stop, there's a little bit more that she goes. You can see that, right? She fills the space provided, right? All of the space provided. And what happens most of the time is when the leader stops the arm, the lady stops. And then she anchors in place. Oh, I hate those words, right? But she anchors in place. So then she shuts down all directional intent. I don't feel where she's at, right? I want her to fill that space as she continues to go. So that's why I think what's so great, when Brandi and I started talking about this, and she started talking about that number 10, finding 10, that as a follower, she's always trying to get to 10. She's getting to 10 regardless of what's happening in my arm.
I don't care what he's doing.
She's just going to get to 10 wherever 10 is.
So when a lady asks me, do I anchor in place or does my anchor step move? I say, is there space to be filled?
Right. It's relative
if
to getting to 10.
If there's space to be filled, fill it. If you're already at 10, park it. All right? So it really depends on what he's doing. What?
It's just awesome.
Now, I'm going to answer your question in a second. And we're going to talk a little bit more about this tomorrow in the context of patterns, but this is one of my favorites for my follows, is I dance according to the 80-20 rule. Meaning, he creates 80% of the space and I take the last 20.
I love this, by the way.
That's like him handing me a $100 bill and telling me to go to the mall and bring him 20 back. Ain't happening. No. Okay, so he moves, filling 80% of the space, then I take the last 20. That last 20 is what creates the tension that is our connection. But if I only move exactly as far as the space that he creates, we're never going to achieve that tension level that we're looking for.
It's so important. Ladies, when you do, like, when I wrap Brandi up, if she were to stop right there, that's not nearly the same as if she took that extra 20%. And when I roll her out here, if she were to stop right there, that's not the same as if she took that extra 20%, right? That creates that stretch, right? So if she stops when I stop her, that's one thing. She goes that little extra bit, it becomes something else, right? And I key off of that, right? So I set that, I look for what's that extra 20%, and then I make an adjustment using resisted release to that extra 20% that she needs. Does that make sense? So I set the 80, I want her to go to the 20, and then I'll make adjustments off of that 20 depending on what I want to do next.
So ladies, pushing the boundaries should come naturally to you. That's all I'm doing. I mean, isn't this...
Susan just raised an eyebrow to me because we know that that's true.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, the P word.
The P word.
The P word
posting.
came up.
I personally don't teach posting.
Neither do I.
Right. So for me, I don't like words that imply something stopping or static. Right? So I don't, right. So because I feel like we're always in motion, right? So I don't like things like sit, settle, post,
stay,
anchor,
heel.
Stay, heel. Right, exactly. So I understand the necessity. There's not a necessity for it. I understand why some people use it. Does that make sense? But for me, I don't like words that tell us to stop our motion. Right? Because I like to stay in motion at all times in this dance. So there's a difference between this and this, right? So that I have energy going the entire time. Yeah?
The other thing, I'm so sorry to interrupt, but the other thing when you guys think about it, if you have, let's just say we had 10 West Coast swing teachers and 5 teach posting and even like an anchor in place mentality and 5 don't, one thing we would all agree on is that West Coast swing has an elastic connection, but once 2 bodies stop moving, we eliminate our elasticity, and now it's become this static connection. So that's why back when anchor in place was really pushed, and that's what everybody did, you'll notice everybody's pitching back. because that was their way of maintaining movement to maintain elasticity, but we don't use that. So now we maintain elasticity by continuing to pull body weight away from each other.
So, and the idea is just stretch, right? We're just trying to get to stretch. So if I take a bungee cord, and it has a certain length, and I put it, so I have a red bungee cord, and there's a white dot right in the middle, right? So if I stretch this side away from it, right, then the center would move, wouldn't it? Yes, yes, yes. If I stretch this side, the center would move the other way. If I stretch them equally, it would stay in place, wouldn't it? Does that make sense? If I stretch one at one rate and one at the other, it would just slightly inch. So could I say that this is posting as that stretches? I mean, I guess. Could I say that this is posting? I guess. Could I say that the center is posting as we move? I guess. My agenda is the stretch. My agenda is the stretch, that's all. So
I guess I just thought posting more as I have finished my movement backwards, but I haven't necessarily had 6 on the other side, I can still play at the end. But it's going to be more side to side versus.
well, it's a little like, I like to say it's like this. It's like when you have a car and you put the car in drive. So the car's in drive. How many of you drive a car? Great. So you put the car in drive. You pull up to a stop sign. When you pull up to a stop sign, do you put the car in park? No. You apply the brake. The car still has directional intent. It wants to go forward. The car still wants to move. Does that make sense? It doesn't move because you've applied the brake, right? As you ease off the brake, the car starts to roll again. You with me on that? Cool. So when Brandi's at the end of her anchor moving her, like I still feel directional intent. Brandi's still in drive. She's still in, now she's not moving backwards because I've applied the brake.
Yes.
She's a 10.
Yes.
Right. So what she doesn't do is get to 10, then back off 10, put herself in park, and then move side to side. Which, by the way, as some of you just went, oh, whatever, that happens all the time,
And
ladies.
you'll always hear the guys,
It
every time you talk about it,
all
like,
the time,
"Oh."
ladies. And ladies, and it's not your fault. It's our system of teaching. We tell you to anchor in place. We used to say it's the end of a sentence. 5 and 6 is the period. It's the end of the sentence. And then is the restart. So on 5 and 6, we'd go to this like putting yourself in park. Putting yourself in park is no good, right? You stay in drive. You stay. So there's still
6 is a comma.
Right. There's still directional intent. So I don't like the idea of post because there's no energy away or towards.
So then, Brandi, if you're at a 10, you might still be playing at the end. How do you communicate if you are down and you're ready?
When I'm at a 10, okay, so this is a great question. This is a great question. When you are at a 10, how do you indicate to him? If you're at a 10 and you're playing, how do you indicate to him that you're ready to go? I don't play at a 10. I never play at a 10. When I'm at a 10, I am ready to go. If I'm at a 10 and he leaves me there, I'll fill the time, but I'm going to be mad. Okay? If he
Oh my God, I've seen that look before.
I know you have. Stop
not
doing
at me.
it.
Not at me. Not at me. But I've sat there with Ben and Benji, be like, oh, look at Brandi. Brandi's like, you left me here at
Why
10?
did you leave me here?
Why did you leave me here at 10?
Because once I swing to that 10, I'm ready to go. Once I'm at that 10, he should be ready to go. So ladies, when I want to play, I don't play by getting heavier. I play by staying lighter until I'm done, because then I swing to my 10 and I'm ready to go. And that's very easy to communicate to him. But once I'm at my 10, I am ready. Yes?
You can see it, right? As I lead Brandi in side pass, if she were to start to play on this end from there, I mean, I totally feel her. She's there. She's in the hand, active. She gets to 10 and we move. Now, the great thing about that is if Brandi were to do that again and she start to play, she gets to 10. When she gets to 10 and says, I'm ready to go, she doesn't go. She doesn't go till I pull the trigger. Does that make sense? But she got to 10 still, yes? Now, when she was here, she wasn't at 0. She wasn't even at 2. She kind of like got to like a 7. Like she was there. I felt her. But she didn't get to 10 until she was ready. Because that once she gets to 10, that says, hey, she's ready to go. Does that make sense? It's one of the reasons why, ladies, if you have no tension, like if you have nothing, if you go from like 0 to 10, the second you hit 10, I think you're ready to go. And you might not be ready to go. And lots of ladies are neutral, and then as they go 5 and 6, they get to 10, 5, and as soon as they strike 6, they're at 10. The second they strike the S of 6, they're at 10. And then the guys pull them forward, because there's been nothing, and now there's a lot of something. And that goes, oh, gotta pull. But if you can ease into that system, right? So going from like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, like Nino had asked, like increase it gradually, right? As you get to 10, then I understand when to pull you forward.
Yes. Does this carry through to closed position? Yeah, it actually does. It applies very similarly. So when I'm in closed position, first of all, my dominant connection hand is always the hand that's closest to my center. So when I'm in closed position, I'm really working on dancing my hips into his hand, still looking for that tension level 10. Then once we start moving, again, I move to tension level 10. Yes?
Cool.
So easy.
All right. So
yes.
Go ahead.
That's okay.
Okay, so my question is on a light versus a heavier lead.
Mm-hmm.
I have a hard time, I don't know how to articulate the question, but basically, in relation to what you guys are teaching right now, as a follow, how do we, I was taught that you match whatever the guy's doing. So if they're a light lead, you do a light lead. If they're a heavy lead, you do a heavy lead. So I'm trying to tie into what we're doing right now. How do I?
So the question is, she's always been taught she's supposed to match the guy's tension. If he's light, she's light. If he's heavy, she's heavy. In all reality, the follow is the one who ultimately sets the tension level. Why? She's the one in motion. So she's the one in motion, so she can there are so many things that the leader can do to influence what tension level she ultimately sets. But she's the one in motion. So I do tend to match my partner's tension level. For example, tension through the arms. If I have a guy who tends to carry more tension, I tend to match that. But when it comes to the tension level at the end of the track, I gauge that mostly based on how grounded my leader is.
Right, because if she goes to what her normal 10 is, and it moves me forward, because, well, then she backs off. And the next time,
off.
Yeah, so the next time she resets what her 10 is.
I tend to like a lot of, so I get confused when I dance with light leads, because I'm like, what do I do? I can't match.
So but if you imagine that a 0 is a 0, and a heavy 10 is over here and a light 10 is over here. So it's just, we're working with a smaller scale, but I'm still working with a scale. With a lighter lead, I'm not going to be as fast. That's one of the things that's really going to change. I struggle when I'm dancing with a light lead to a really fast song. I have to work really hard, and I do not like that. But to a slow song, a light lead, no big deal, because I don't have to get that speed and that power. But I'm still working within that same kind of idea of a scale. The top end of the scale is just in a different place.
So one of the things you guys can do right now with this exercise, so now I want to flip it, right? So now what I want is I want the leaders to already give up their arm, and I want the ladies to back up, extending their arm to 10. So the leaders can feel that. So the first one was her pulling your arm out, right? The second one, your arm's already out and she's extending her arm. So you just get to feel what her arm feels like as it moves. So now my arm's already out to where it would normally be. Her arm's in. She's going to back up to that 10, find the 10, and then you can move off.
Yeah, and then when you feel like she gets to that 10 and you feel that natural
Go
conclusion,
ahead and move her.
lead her forward.
Try that.
Did you have a question?
When you're dancing with...
Keep going.
You were talking about tense arms and... So
I know,
I
it's
dance with
weird
somebody who's got
like,
fishy arms. But I can still give that person good tension. But
Relax and breathe. No, breathe. No,
relax. I don't match extreme tension or lack of.
Go ahead.
I always stay in my neutral, like somewhere in my range.
I stay...
You stay engaged.
Right. I got really tight and like Robert was idea.
So it's like very
like I like heavy.
attention instead, or at the lead
I
instead of
stay
under.
heavy, but what? Thank you. And I stay at my 6 or 7.
As long as he's able to manage that. If you have to back off so that you're not pulling him over, then you want to do that.
It's hard to work.
Great. All right. So now, shh. So the idea there, right? So now, what if we both had our arms bent? And now she backs up, and we try to get to 10, right? So now, the thing about that is, as she backs up, we're both going to be making adjustments along the way until we figure out where 10 is, and then move, right? So now both of us start in tight, and as she backs up, try to get to 10. Try it, using resisted release. Try it again, and then I'll rotate you. Just she's moving. Just she's moving.
Am I going to have to separate?
We're just trying to get her to 10. She's the only one who moves.
I will.
All right, rotate for me, rotate for me, rotate, rotate, rotate. Sure. That's okay.
I'm going to separate you two. I'm watching.
Right. Yes.
Yes.
Yes. So the question was, can the leader increase that 10, make it something else, if they want to create lots of acceleration? So if I wanted to create, of course I could, right? I wouldn't in the moment though. You would know well before, a good leader would let you know well before you got there. So what would happen is, Brandi would feel it here. She would feel before she gets to 5 and 6 that there was all kinds of stretch before the speed. So she'd feel it here in the meat of the pattern. She'd feel the increase here, so that by the time she got out there to the 5, I wouldn't go 5 and 6 and then create it. I wouldn't create it then. It would be created well before. Does that make sense? So I don't pitch a baseball like this, and then if I wanted to go faster at the end, do that,
Don't
right?
lie. You do.
I do. I totally do, right? So it's not like that girly game of softball.
Hey. I was just talking, we have another softball girl here, and I was like, you know what? Softball pitchers will pitch 3 games in a day. A baseball pitcher needs like 3 days rest.
Because it's harder. Anyways.
Okay, now,
So
now
the idea, right? I mean, come on. I mean, my 7-year-old does this. Anyway, so the idea, I kid. She was a college pitcher for softball. That's why I'm teasing her. So the idea, though, is that all the acceleration would happen back here before the speed, right? So if I want Brandi to go fast, right, and I do an underarm turn, she's going to feel it like building up well before I need the speed. She's not going to feel it in the moment that I need it. So if I'm going to increase it, she feels it well before she gets to 10, that I'm increasing that energy for the speed.
Now I can increase mine above 10 too. But for a follow, if I'm increasing beyond 10, I'm not asking for more space, I'm not asking for more time, I'm asking for more support. Okay, so what I'll do is I'll increase to 10 a little early and then keep going, possibly to create a shape that I'm requiring his help on balance.
Brandi will reach and get this arm, like in a sugar push. She'll come get this arm and give more energy there. So she's passed to 10, but she's asked for something, right? Like
and I go to 10, and then I'll push in from there, making sure that he's there. But so there, again, once we set the baseline parameters of our partnership, now we can manipulate it to create and to get each other's attention and to communicate. So there's room to move.
Let's try it with both arms bent, just the follow backs up and get to 10. Sorry. And then once you get to 10, move her off. So that when she gets out to here, you could soften yours, give a little bit more, right? Does that make sense? I'd have to soften along the way, so I can't soften in that moment. So I'd have to soften there. Does that make sense? She won't be nearly as light. Back away. So if you back away and my resisted release is lighter, does that make sense? And then I'd start to move forward. I get to a point where I go, that's it. Does that make sense? What I can't do, back away, is I can't get to here and then go, no, I want you to be lighter. I can't give a certain set resistance along the way and then try to lighten it at the end of it.
Let's rotate him.
Yeah. All right, great. Rotate again for me. Rotate again. I wonder if we should do, so they can feel what that feels like to move away to 10 and have follow through in the middle.
I would love to do like sugar push, underarm pass, left side pass, and
Great.
just get them like in that idea
Great.
of hitting 10, hitting
Let's try it
10.
one more time. One more time. That's great. So you're all trying it on your own, right? You're both starting bent and then backing up away. Watching posture, pitch, poise, right? Position, understanding, going underneath the lead, all those things that we talked about.
Nailed it.
Right, perfect.
All pieces in place.
Right. All right, go ahead and stop.
All right, so here's what we want to do.
So here's what we're going to do.
We're going to do a sugar push, underarm pass, left side pass. And our focus is getting to a consistent tension level at the end of each. So what we're going to do is before we even start, we're going to start by establishing tension level 10, just by stepping away. And now leaders, you're going to lead a sugar push. Follows, you're going to find tension level 10 with your feet. Underarm pass. Find tension level 10 with your feet. Left side pass. Find tension level 10 with your feet. So what I mean by find it with your feet, it means move far enough away from your partner that you feel tension level 10. It's not happening with the arm, it's not happening with your pitch. Yes?
Yes.
Because I don't move my hip any further than I move my feet. So remember, I'm just moving my body weight away. There's no time at which I would get here and be like, oh, I'm unhappy with my tension level and move my hip to find it. So I continue moving my feet until I'm far enough away from him. Indicating, because we've already established that my posture stays intact, my pitch stays the same. So when I talk about the feet, the entire unit is moving away from him. But what happens is as soon as I stop moving my feet, I'm going to end up taking up space either muscularly with the arm or through the shoulders or somewhere else.
It's actually one of the, again, in us talking about this and me hearing, I'm guilty as a teacher of talking about finding the connection in the hip as opposed to the feet. And we were first talking about this in Phoenix, I was like, oh, she's right. Because when I teach leaders as a follow, so many times I grab their arms and I start to back up and they walk towards me. And I go, oh, stop, stop, stop. Like I'm backing up, not for you to come with me. I'm backing up to try to find you, right? So I don't stay in place and try to find you in my hips, right? I back up in my feet to try to find you because my pitch is already what my pitch is supposed to be. So now I'm just using my feet to back up. Does that make sense? So I'm already in the pitch I'm supposed to be. So I've even changed how I'm thinking about it, where I tell ladies, I want you thinking about it in your feet, backing your feet up, as opposed to trying to find it in the hip. Does that make sense?
Yes, we have a few questions, yes. Do I ever use techniques such as rotation or elevation to make the difference? Elevation, not so much, but yeah, I can absolutely take or give space with rotation.
For sure.
But we're talking about this as basic connection. Like there, I can always give and take space when it comes to styling. We're going to talk a little bit about that tomorrow.
Right.
But right now we're talking about just a basic connection and the body weight moving. Yes.
Any tips on strategies teaching people how to shorten the slot or lengthen the slot? Like let's say you're going dancing in a blues club, there's not much space, it's a super crowded dance floor. How can you still achieve that 10 if your partner is extended, they have to extend their arm far, like they're finding their
I'll take this one. Okay.
We'll both take it.
We'll
Go
take
ahead.
we'll
Go
both
ahead.
take this one.
I was like, hey, yeah, I got something too.
So when it comes to space constraints, either because of the floor or what's another constraint that might cause us to have to shorten our connection or our frame? The tempo of the music. If I have less time to move, I can fill less space. So what I'm doing is I'm just making my frame more compact. I'm not holding it in, I'm just not letting it out as far, and it should have exactly the same feel. So I can achieve tension level 10 right here.
So the idea would be that Brandi, as she backs up, right, if my eyes are closed and she backs up and she gets to where she's at, I can move her. I get that she's done. So so if she backs up, once she backs up, she's going to keep her motor running, so she'll keep walking, right? And hold on. And I'll match her. So my eyes are closed, she backs up. Once she gets to 10, I get it, and I can match her feet. I know where her feet are. I can feel that. I have no idea how long her arm is. I don't know if it's shortened or if it's long. So now if we come back here, wherever this is, if she changes the length of her arm somehow, right? Once she gets to 10, I can find it. I don't know. I don't know if that's longer or shorter than it was a second ago. I get that she's done and I can move her. Does that make sense? Because what she's done is exactly what she just said. She just didn't let it out as far. Does that make sense? But she still got to 10. She just shortened the length of the bungee cord. Does that make sense? She still used resisted release to get there, right? She just got to 10, moving away. I had no idea what the length of the arm was. It's why Jessica Cox, who dances with a very short arm, feels terrific. Dancing with Brandi, and actually I should say Jessica dances with a short arm or a long arm, but like Jessica's default's a little bit shorter, Brandi's default's a little bit longer, right? They both feel amazing. But I feel the completion of the journey. Does that make sense? Doesn't matter the length of the arm. So using this resisted release exercise, right, where you tell the ladies to back up, right, as they back up and then get to 10. And usually what I say is to keep their motor running so they keep walking in place, and then guys try to find it, right, and then move the ladies. And when you do this exercise, play with doing different arm lengths, right? Play with doing different arm lengths and see, how do I get to 10 in spite of whatever I'm giving up with my arm?
And it shouldn't feel different. So there's a big misconception, like some people resist and they hold their arm in rather
right.
than just not letting it out. There's a big difference in the way that feels muscularly. Yes?
Yeah? Cool.
Forrest, did you have a question? Okay. I'm
going to talk some vertical difference and rotation tomorrow.
Yeah.
A little bit more, right? As other means of creating this kind of stuff, right?
Yes.
Just have a question. When you're trying to find the 10, and all of a sudden the leader walks toward you, does it mean your 10 is too strong and he wants you to stop, or do you still have to feel the same?
Is this in the first 10 seconds of the dance, or is this a minute in? Okay, so here's the question. She says, if I get to my 10 and my leader keeps walking toward me, what does that mean? Does that mean he wants me to keep moving, or does that mean my 10 was too high? And I said, is it within the first 10 seconds of the dance, or is it in the first minute? Because if I'm dancing with Robert and we've set what our 10 feels like, and we get to a place in the music where I'm going to hit my 10 and he keeps walking with me, I keep going. That's what he wants me to do.
Right.
But if it's early in the dance and we haven't set that yet, and I'm trying to anchor and he just keeps going with me, either for whatever reason physically he's not able to manage the tension, then I'm just going to use that to set what my 10 is going to be.
Right.
Yes.
It definitely, by the way, this is important, ladies, what she just said. Once the 10 has been set, if later in the dance I start to move towards you, it's because I'm assuming that level of tension and I want to use it. Right? That's where you watch the pros, they do that inside turn. It's already been set, and we start to move towards each other. Because I ease up a little bit to be able to move. I'm going to assume that she's going to keep going. Does that make sense? Not that she's going to then back off of her connection. Yeah? I wouldn't do that right away because it hasn't been set. Right? Once that number is set, then I should be able to play and manipulate that to create shapes. Yeah? Just like she can do the same. Cool? All right. Any other questions about this? Now, let's do this one other thing I want to do just for the fun of it. So we're going to keep the arm bent. Now this time I want both arms to be released again, but this time I want the leaders to back up. I don't want the leaders to get to 10 and see if they can hang out in 10 and not pull the ladies forward. Ladies, find the leaders and then move them. See if you can move backwards, leaders. See if you can move backwards, find where her 10 is. If I go any further, I'm pulling her forward. So can I stop myself at what is the 10 that she normally sets? So leaders, you're going to back up using resisted release. Try that. And if you go a little too far, you're going to pull her off.
So in this particular case, ladies, you have to be managing the tension in your arm. You're setting the drag right now.
Right.
Just in that other example where you did the turning test, what is it that you're transmitting to him that he knows? Is it you keep that 10 while you're moving?
No, he's not. He transmitted that to me, not me to him. He's the one who decided we were going to keep moving. And what he did was I was going to find my 10 and he kept going, so I couldn't find my 10, so I keep moving, looking for my 10. But that was set by him.
And play with different arm lengths. Play with different arm lengths. Now I'll tell you, the reason why, go ahead and relax, the reason why I like to play with this, because Brandi and I are teaching you for what happens in the perfect world. right? But not everything happens out perfectly out there when you're out there dancing. So for me, as a leader, if I dance with a lady who really runs her slot, she goes like mad. Well, I use resisted release to ease to that point of 10, right? So my resisted release, so if she really runs her slot, I use resisted release to get to that 10, as opposed to having no resisted release and then she's pulling me as she runs the slot. But what if she anchors dead in place? She comes around right here and she anchors dead in place. Now we anchor and there's no connection. Does that make sense? So in that instance, as she anchors dead in place, I use resisted release to back up to see if I can get to 10 and move her. But I want to be able to back up without pulling her forward. Does that make sense? So I don't care if the lady lightly floats her anchor, runs the heck out of her anchor, or stays right in place. Does that make sense? So I'm just trying to maintenance us getting to that point of 10. Now so when the guys back up, this is a little bit, I don't default to this. This isn't in the first 10 seconds. Does that make sense? In the first 10 seconds, I'm trying to find where she is. Does that make sense? And then I make the adjustment after that as necessary. Nod your heads if you get that. Right? So what I just taught you where the guys back up, that's more of a secondary tool in your toolbox to try to find connection if you're struggling. Yeah?
What makes you think I have something to say?
Right. All of a sudden. All right, so any thoughts or questions about this? So now, sugar push, underarm turn, side pass. Sugar push, underarm turn, side pass. 5, 6, 7, go. Stop.
Oh my gosh, have we taught you nothing?
You guys went 5, 6, 7, 8. Then you tried to just move. What didn't we get to? 10. So we should be 5, 6, 7. Before we get to 8, 8. There's our 10. We're at 10, right? Get to 10 before that thing starts. Yes, try it again. Followers, find it in your feet. 5, 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Underarm turn, walk, triple step, get side pass to 10, 2, triple step, sugar push, do it again, walk, triple step, underarm, walk, triple step, side pass, walk, triple step, and stop, clap, and rotate. Nice job. It's like stop, drop, and roll. You know, leaders, just so you know, at the end of the day, my goal is just to keep the kite in the air.
I'm a dragon kite.
You're a dragon kite, right? At the end of the day, my goal is just to keep the kite in the air. Does that make sense? That's my goal. I just want to keep the kite in the air. So the kite's in the air. There's resistance. I'm tethered to the kite, right? So there's resistance. Now, if the wind really picks up and I think it's going to rip the kite, I give more slack, or I would walk towards the kite. I just want to keep the kite in the air. If the kite starts to fall out of the sky a little bit, well, I don't push at the kite. That doesn't work. I would back up. Does that make sense? Because the spider got to eat, exactly. So I'm just trying to keep the kite in the air. So as we're doing all of this, if she really runs and I'm at 10 and I move with her, so what? Does that make sense? If she stays in place and I have to back up, so what? I'm just trying to keep the kite in the air. Just trying to keep the connection between me and the beautiful dragon kite. Yes? All right, let's try it again. Sugar push, underarm turn, side pass. 5, 6, find your 10. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6, and walk. Triple step, triple again, walk. Triple step, triple again, walk. Triple step, and walk. Triple step, and walk. Triple step, walk. Triple step, and stop, clap, and rotate again. That was great.
All right, so follows. So my job, we've already established that it's my job to fill the space created by him. But I also like to manage space for myself as well. Meaning I don't want to be subject to only the space he creates. And what I mean by that is I watch a lot of you follows, on a sugar push, you lock out your frame. So on 4, you are wherever he puts you. And so you can't actually manage your own space. I dance into my own frame, so then I can dance out of my frame. On an underarm pass, I dance into my frame so I can dance out of my frame, as opposed to what I'm watching a lot of you do. Keep a very extended frame, and you have no space at the end of the track except what he's saved for you. Yes. So I dance into my frame by allowing it to relax through there versus keeping a big frame. So I end up overextended on count 4. But I like to have a relaxed frame. I like to be into my frame on count 4 so then I can move, because I love the feeling of my anchor moving. When it comes to styling, there's a lot more that I can do if I have more space to fill than if I'm already at that 9 and I have to kind of stay in one spot.
By the way, as she backs up, ladies, as she gets into her frame and she's heading to that 10, I feel through her resisted release, her heading there. So I get a longer period of time that I feel her connection as she travels. Does that make sense? So I feel her for a longer period of time. By the way, the flip to that is lots of the guys are doing this. Everybody here has heard that swing's elastic. You've heard it from us. You've heard it. I've never heard a West Coast swing teacher not say swing is elastic. Everybody agrees it's elastic. But then we dance with this bar, right? So I'm seeing lots of guys dancing with this. There's nothing elastic about this whatsoever. See this side pass? It's just like a bar, right? I should see your elbow move. I should see your wrist move. I should see your elbows bend, and I should see them straighten. I should see a range of motion in the arms for the leaders as well. And I'm seeing lots of leaders leading with a very straight, dead arm, right? The other thing is, too, leaders, is I don't have a target place where I put my hands, right? So like lots of guys target their sugar push. They've been told, always your hand should end up here. No, it's relative to the weight that's being presented me, right? The curling of the weight that we talked about earlier is relative to the weight being presented. So if she comes at me with lots of weight, I might have to absorb that really far back. If she doesn't come at me with lots of weight, my elbows might not ever pass my body. It's relative to the weight presented to me. Does that make sense? So don't get to a set position that you keep your arms, guys, and the sugar push. Collect her weight, feel what's necessary relative to the weight being given. Don't target your hands to one space.
That's been, I don't know where, but that's been happening a lot, is that the guys are going to here and the ladies have to lock their arms out in like defense, otherwise I'm going to run into him. But we should both be adjusting to each other on that compression. And leaders, you're going to feel what you should do with that compression better if you catch it sooner.
Right.
So very much like if I threw you a water balloon, you would catch it out here so you can slow it down.
Right.
You want to catch your compression.
I get the weight and I collect in. Always. I don't wait for the weight to get to me and then try to redirect it. I go get the weight, I collect the weight. Yes? It's a little like when you bench press, leaders, right? You take the weight off, you collect the weight down so you know how much pressure to push away. Imagine if you had somebody holding the weight all the way down and you had no idea what the weight was, and they got it to your chest, and then they let go. And in that moment, you had to push forward. You wouldn't do that. You would collect the weight on the in stroke so you knew how much energy was needed on the away stroke. So I do the exact same thing in my sugar push. I collect the weight on the in stroke so I know how much energy is necessary on the away stroke. Plus, if I collect that weight early, it creates a playground for her, because if she wants to talk to it, she knows it's there. Yes? So if I go get her and Brandi wants to say something to that, she wants to create something in that, she can, and I can hear where she's coming from because I've told her soon enough that I'm there for her. So now I've given her a connection for her to talk to as well. In that instance, I'm actually creating more space for her to play through an earlier connection. Did y'all get that? So go collect the weight, use some range of motion in your arms, in the sugar push, the side pass, and the underarm turn. Don't dance like a bar, right? Same thing for the ladies. We were seeing the same thing, right? Ladies were having this set arm and guys were having this set arm. Let's try it again. Sugar push, underarm turn, side pass. 6, 7, go. Sugar, 2, triple step, and walk, walk. Triple step, and walk. Triple step, and walk. Triple step, and clap and rotate. Nice job. Now, listen, some of you are ignoring me. I don't understand how some of you are off time when I'm counting. Listen to what I'm saying. Some of you are off because you're like, and I'm at 10 and I don't care that I'm listening to what's being said, right? So still make sure we're on my timing. Try it again. Get to 10. 6, 7, go. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, and 6. Walk, walk. Triple step, and 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 stop right there. Okay, a couple things. First of all, give yourselves a round of applause. It's great. Ladies and leaders and followers, right? We're all doing this because it's force of habit, where ladies put their hand up like this, guys put their hand up, and they get to the point where that's where you guys are connecting. Now, I know I didn't just say this, but go get the weight, right? But followers, go get the weight as well, right? The idea would be, I don't know if you guys can see this. You guys can't see this, and there's no wall here. You wouldn't fall into a wall like this until you got to the wall. You would go get the wall and ease yourself into it. Does that make sense? If I told you all to do push-ups off of a wall, you'd set your weight first on the wall, then you would push into the wall and push away. You wouldn't stay off the wall 3 or 4 feet and just fall into the wall. Does that make sense? That would be scary. None of you would do this. You wouldn't go.
I am so glad that door didn't open.
Right. Actually, no, you're not. Had it opened, you would have loved that.
I'd be like, you got that, right?
Right.
You got that on camera?
Cool. Right. So, right. So you would go get so I want, just like I go collect the weight, we both seek each other out. We seek each other out so that we can connect for a longer period of time. Yes? So we don't go like, maybe, I don't know, kind of, hey, what's up, right? So we go get each other, because in that instance, I want to have connection for a longer period of time, because then I can talk to that connection. There's more to do. Does that make sense? There's more to do when we know where each other are. Yeah, bless you. Yeah? Say yes to that. Cool.
Yes.
By the way, we're not doing the whip, but the same thing in a whip. I don't keep the arm here and wait, and then have her come grab.
Kind of pull him over.
Right. I go get her and ease away. Right? Because I want to control the away stroke, not just the redirection. Yes? I talked about PJ Turner earlier. I was in a class with PJ. He came and stayed with me for a few days, and I picked up one of those like yoga balls, it's like the rubber, it's like 10 pounds, and I throw it at him, and I go, hey, PJ, catch this, and he catches it, ping, makes this loud sound as he caught it, right? I said, throw it back to me. So he threw it back to me, and I caught it, no sound, right? Because I'm a ninja master. Okay, whatever. So,
it's his story.
That's my story, right. No, because I went and got the ball, right? When PJ caught it, he just caught it with all the energy. Does that make sense? So then literally, me, PJ, and Tashina played catch. And the idea, as you caught it, is we had to keep the energy going, continue to move back and forth, and not making any sound with the ball when you caught it, because you had to go get the ball and ease and redirect the energy. Does that make sense? The egg toss, right? Same thing, right? Although the gym that I work at would not like the eggs that would be left on the ground. So I go get the lady as much as I can, right, to collect in. I get lots of information, but I also want the followers coming to get me too. Yeah? Say yes.
Yes.
Great. All right, try it. Here we go. 6, 7, stop. You guys should be searching each other out. Don't just stand still. 6, 7, go. Walk. Triple step, and 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 triple, and stop. Cool, clap and rotate. That was nice. You want to say something?
What? No.
All right. So what was interesting about that for me, I don't know if you guys noticed this, but there was lots of range of motion happening in your arm. There was lots of movement going on in the arm. None of you got to here. None of you were in here pulling. None of you ended up having this static frame, because your agenda was just getting to 10, right? And using resisted release, understanding that there can be a range of motion in that arm. Yes, kind of, sort of, right? A couple of things, by the way. Leaders, I'm seeing a lot of this drop. See, I'm dropping in here, right? So that's me leading from where? above, right, above the lead. Seeing lots of you do it. I'm seeing lots of ands, right? So make sure everything initiates under the lead, right? So I initiate under the lead. And by the way, I don't care. Like, I'll tell you what I do. My left side pass hooks. I hook out of the way. I've taught that way for 20-something years. So I hook out of the way as I do that. Cool. But I don't care. Even if you step sideways from here, it's still underneath. Even if you step straight back and then out of the way. I don't care what your left side pass is. I don't want it to drop in the shoulder, right? I don't want to feel like it's coming. But there's more than half of you doing it. That's why I'm stopping, right? And the same kind of thing in the underarm turn. I'm seeing this. Da. Rah. We're mistaking this for shape.
Yeah, it's not shape.
This is not shape. This is a collapsing of the rib, right? So as I go 5 and 6, if I shape, I usually think of the side passes as being a little like saying after you. Like I would say, oh, after you, right? So I don't want to overdo all of that. So I just create the space for Brandi to pass through, right? That's all I'm doing is I just create the space for Brandi to pass. Nod your heads if you get that, right? Try not to, I'm seeing lots of dropping in the shoulders, leaders. Yes? The other thing I'm seeing lots of follows do is 5 and 6, and then finding it with the hip, right? Try not to find that with the hip. And I get it. It's because you hear 5 and 6, anchor in place, and a 1. Anchor in place, then settle into your hip. That's the dialogue we hear. It's the dialogue we've heard for years. Anchor in place, settle into the hip, right? Try to really find that, the 4 Ps, right? Stretching that back into the foot as we go. Try it again. Yes?
Yes. Yeah.
If the leader is creating your 10, and you're already trying to set that weight or heaviness, if you will, then that's as far as you go.
Yes, so if the leader puts me at my 10 on count 4, then I stay there.
That's it, right?
Then I stay there. If I've conserved any space in my own frame that I can use, then fill, great. And I feel that early on in a dance. So again, in that first 10, 15 seconds when we're kind of setting the baseline, if I have a guy that puts me to 4 and leaves me there, okay, that's where I'm going to be for that dance. But my job as a follow is to fill the space that has been created for me. Now, if I'm dancing with Robert, who usually creates all of the space, if he puts me to my 10 on 4, now I'm paying attention because he's doing something with it. So again, is it early in the dance? Is this going to be our baseline? Or is it late in the dance and he's trying to get my attention?
Because I noticed some people in push break give you more room as soon as they do an underarm turn. It's short.
Yeah.
Intentional or not.
Yeah, and so she said that sometimes she feels like she has that space in a push break, but then an underarm pass, she feels like she runs out of space. There's a lot of guys that tend to change places with their follow on an underarm pass. Side note, guys, don't do that. So a lot of guys have a tendency of trading places with her, which is going to cause you to hit that 4 pretty heavy. There's not a lot you can do about that. I can adjust my footwork, still save some space. Guys, ideally, you're not going to be eating up her space and you're going to be stretching that track out for her. But again, I'm always working within the framework that's created for me by my leader. It's not mine to just, I can sit there the whole dance and wish it was different, but that's not going to get me anywhere.
So whatever you set that 10 at the beginning, you have to maintain.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Absolutely, yes.
The concept you talked about back about head weights, your head weight in the forefoot, and then take your head weight over the back of the distraction.
Right.
How does that apply to where would the tension for your weight, head weight is still in the forefoot, or does it get so your head weight goes back?
So if I'm on my 6, right, my head weight right now is over the back of the ball of this foot.
Back of the ball
Of the standing leg. Back of the ball, standing leg, back of the ball, standing leg, back of the ball, standing leg, until I'm ready to push to then go.
So it's at a 10, opposite.
It's out of 10, right. So no, at the X of 6, right? 6, right at the end of it. But I can maintain that. I don't pull that trigger until I feel like it's ready, like we're ready to pull that trigger. Does that make sense? So I can maintenance 10. I can maintenance that 10. We're at 10 right now. I can maintenance that. Does that make sense? So I'm there. I definitely want to move. I won't, like, that's it. Does that make sense? I wouldn't hold a 10. I could, but I wouldn't.
So the 10 happens.
Like on the I and X of 6, right? Does that make sense? Yeah, great.
I frequently refer to my 10 as the peak of swing.
Right.
So I'm swinging past him each time, and my 10 is the peak of swing.
Not even a beat.
Correct.
Right, exactly. Right, it's just that moment that I pass through zero velocity, right there before it then
The way
redirects.
I like to hit my 10, if I did the post anchor in place, my 10 would feel miserable.
Right.
If I hit my 10 4, 5, and 6 and just held it, I'd be no fun at all.
It's so funny. So how many of you have heard 4 sets the anchor? Only, okay, right, 4 sets the anchor. So I like to say, like I used to say all the time, 4 is the commencement of stretch, not the completion of stretch. So when Brandi comes around and she's into her frame and she's moving away for that 4, 5, and 6, that's where I'm starting to feel that deceleration to get, that's where I'm feeling 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Does that make sense? So 4 is not the completion of stretch, right? So, because if you land on 4 at 10, ladies, guys are going to lead you forward because they think you're done.
Yeah.
Right?
And it gets very uncomfortable.
So when they say, but the words aren't 4 sets the anchor, 4 sets the commencement of stretch. Could I say that that's maybe setting me, because from 4, can I take an educated guess as to how much tension you're going to give me by 6? Probably, right? Does that make sense? But 4 isn't the completion of stretch. And we tend to think of the words as 4 setting the anchor, meaning that it's also the completion of stretch. And that's not the case.
So
right?
The way I think of anchor is a boat anchor. And so 4 is when you throw the anchor. But when you throw the anchor on a boat, it doesn't make the boat abruptly stop. The boat is going to continue drifting with the current until there's no more slack in the rope. So that's how this is happening. And the hand is not the anchor. My leader's hips are the anchor. So on count 4, typically he's going to throw the anchor, so he's done moving towards me, but there's still slack in the rope.
Wait, say that part again. On 4, I'm done what?
You're done moving towards me.
Yeah.
And so there's still slack in the rope, which means I'm going to continue drifting with the current until there's no more slack in the rope. That's how I approach anchor. So 4, you throw the anchor. That initiates the deceleration of the boat. Yes?
How y'all doing?
I'm tired.
Right?
This is past my bedtime, gosh.
This is a lot, right? So, right, yeah.
4 more hours, let's go.
Right. So let's just because I want to give the guys an opportunity not to dip their shoulders in these side passes and underarm turns and lead under the lead as opposed to at the lead or above the lead. Let's do it one more time with the sugar push, the side pass, and the underarm turn. Here we go. Sugar push first. Remember, go get her. Collect the weight. 6, 7, go. Walk, walk. Triple step. Triple again. Walk, walk. Triple step. Triple step. Walk, walk. Triple
there we go.
Step.
That looks
Triple
better.
Step. Walk, walk. Triple step. Triple step. Walk, walk. Triple step. Triple step. Walk, walk. Triple
Much
step.
better.
Triple and stop. Cool. Give yourselves
Nice
a round of
job,
applause.
you
That was
guys.
great. All right, so because we're done, tomorrow we're going to pick up. We have more connection drills tomorrow, right? They're going to be a little bit more advanced. This is kind of like our basic connection drill, and tomorrow we're going to talk a little bit about more some advanced connection ideas, right? And then we're also tomorrow heading into some like musicality, Jack and Jill mentality, some things we can start to think about when we're out there social dancing that also, whether you do Jack and Jills or not, they're musical techniques that you will want to use when you're out there social dancing to take your dance to the next place. Yes?
What time are we starting in the morning?
Right, there's 2 schedules, right? We should start at 10, right?
I thought one schedule said 9 and one said 9:30.
I called and Jay said 5:30. Right. So I can't say 10, but there's a 9:30 and a 9 schedule? When does it say it finishes?
9 to 2:30.
This is the one they handed out today.
He said I have to go through whatever the printed one was, is what it
Okay,
says.
then 9 o'clock.
It says 9 o'clock.
Sorry.
Okay. 9 o'clock it is.
It was 9:30.
We could take a vote. We could do 9:30 to 2:30 with no lunch break. All right.
A spider gotta eat.
Spider gotta eat. All right. 9 a.m. tomorrow morning.
9
Thank you all
a.m.
so
We'll see
much.
you then.
By the way, don't forget, listen, Francisco, we are taping everything. Everything we said is being taped, and we sell the video, so you get all of it, the questions, everything. And you can get the video by the end of the weekend, right? So by Sunday, you'll be able to download the whole video. So if you're interested in the video, see the registration